What is up? Can you hear me? Is the mic actually on? This time we have the good mic, so it should be perfect. Yeah, perfect. Because I went on and checked the replay for last time, and the quality of the audio was really, really bad. It kept cutting, and it kept doing this weird static thing. And if I'm going to re-upload all of the lives, they better be good quality because you're going to spend 3 hours listening to my voice. So, Andu qui dit, je pense que ça prend pas l'audio du micro. Anyone can confirm that? If you were on the stream last time, does the audio sound better or the exact same? Because if it's the exact same, it means that it's not actually catching my mic. And I have to change the... it sounds the same. It's better? Because last time there was a crazy reverb. I think it should be easy to tell. It's the same. It sounds worse. Okay, lots of people say... Yeah, I think you guys are right. So let's see. Mute, share screen, not share screen, certainly not. It's not picking the mic. Okay. Now we're going to have some fun because I have to figure out how I can get the mic to pick it up. Alors, manage. Peut-être ça, hein? On clique sur manage, hein? Peut-être c'est ça, hein? Bon. I clicked on manage and nothing happens. Is anyone surprised? Okay, maybe channel level settings. No, that's monetization. That's if I want to put ads on the video, which I do not want to do. Okay, I keep clicking on things. Change the input. I understand that, but the issue is that I don't know how to do that. Ah non, mais je suis un vieux, hein. C'est fou, hein. Ça va être un début de stream un peu complexe. Parce que je veux vraiment que ça prenne le... Je veux vraiment que ça prenne le putain de micro, quoi. C'est fou. Peut-être que c'est le... Attendez, on va ouvrir Audacity. On va ouvrir Audacity. Bon, là, je ne vous vois plus, donc vous pouvez écrire des dingueries dans le chat. You can say whatever you want in the chat. I'm not looking at the chat. I'm looking at Audacity. OK. Audacity. OK. OK. So what if I do this? OK. OK, now I changed it on Audacity, but the question is it catching it here? It's not. OK, ben on va faire un bon vieux recherche Google, hein, parce que, of course, it would be too easy if I could just click on the on the mic thing and decide my output, but naturally, it being YouTube, it's not allowing me to do that. So I have to like find a way to manually do it, which I'm not using OBS. I'm just using the platform. Yeah, it's plugged in. Like the mic is actually working on my end. It's always fun. What if I do this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, here on Audacity it is catching my mic. Ah, let's see. Maybe, oh, that's actually not that dumb because Audacity Cloud is not doing it. So I'm going to unplug and replug. Who knows? Up. Okay. Yeah, so let's see if we can change the settings directly because here, maybe here. Alors, mobile devices. USB maybe. Okay, so that's not here. Are you going to have fun walking me through this? My God. Okay. Non, mais je suis débile. Sound settings. Oh non, non, je l'avais, I had it. Sound settings. Okay. BenQ. No, BenQ is the camera. Okay. Oh, are you guys ready for this? I think it's this one. Okay. Can you hear me now? Okay, can you guys hear me or am I muted? Nope, still nope. Well, okay, I think that's disable the other one. I mean, what we're trying to check for the people who are just coming in is that we're trying to get that mic to pick it up to have a better audio. No, I know you guys hear me. I know you guys hear me, but like this needs to pick it up. I know that the audio is like somewhat okay for you guys now, but it's not going to be okay for the people who are going to listen to it later. Test your microphone. See, my mic is like picking it up. It's literally just YouTube being dumb. Okay, well, you know what? It is quite unfortunate. Oh, we have vegan guys on the chat. Hi, Richard. Sorry, I'm not reading questions right now. We're trying to figure out the mic situation, but we'll get to it. My the deer community is trying to walk this old man through trying to figure this shit out. He's like, I don't like when he does that. Paramètres de la caméra et du micro dans YouTube Studio. Maybe it's this. Why? Like, I think I have to this feature. Like, when I click on it, it tells me you don't have access to the feature. Channel level settings. I keep clicking on this, but it's not that. Aïe, aïe, aïe. Aïe, aïe, aïe. Pop-up dashboard, maybe it's this. I clicked on something. It's charging. Okay. Okay. So that's something that tells me how many people are watching. Menu, switch account, refresh page. So it's not that. The mic is turned on. Yes, of course. Okay, so it's not that. Send feedback. I'm going to send them a long letter telling them that I'm complaining because it's not working. Send shit, pop-up dashboard. I'm looking everywhere to try and figure out what I'm getting wrong, but Where? Eh oui, Ambu. I think before the live started, I should have preemptively plugged in the mic because I think that now that this is plugged in, it can no longer be fixed. It's sad. Well, I think that we are just going to have to live with it for today. And apologies for the people who are not going to be able to hear it properly for the replay. And we're going to just do it like this because I know that you guys can hear me, but the quality is garbage. It's okay. I'm going to put that down. Boom. Alors, déjà, bonjour à tous. Putain, je suis en train de faire le bordel. On va garder ça là, vous savez quoi. De toute façon, vous pouvez pas le voir. All right. Welcome to the stream. Stream number 2, technically, even though stream number 1 was last week. Today is an hypertrophy stream. So we're going to talk about fitness and fitness only. Any questions you might have, I will answer. And the way we're going to do it, as I announced last week, is this is also going to be a chance for you guys to get your programs reviewed. So here is how it's going to work. I'm primarily going to read questions directly from the chat. But if you want to send a priority message, so like a super chat, I guess, on YouTube, which I have not activated, you can do it on Coffee. So I'm going to go to Coffee right now. I'm going to open it. I'm going to give you the link. And I'm going to explain exactly how it's going to work. Up, up. All right. Let's copy it, and we're going to keep that open because it's going to be needed. So in the chat, I'm going to put the coffee link. Then I'm going to the little heart before the coffee. Now I can click on it. Okay, perfect. Thank you for posting a message. Pin message. Message pin. Okay. If you absolutely want your message to go through, if you want a super chat, if you want to donate to the channel, you can do it on Coffee. And every like 5-10 minutes, I'm going to check, because when you do a donation on Coffee, you can write a message. So that's how we're going to do it. As for program reviews, please pay attention. I actually have written it on a piece of paper. Alors, once a month, we are going to do fitness Q&As, and in the fitness Q&As, we're going to do program reviews. So you're going to be able to send your program, and I'm going to review it live. We're going to discuss it, and I will share knowledge and discuss exactly why I think it's bad, what can be improved, etc., etc. The quote-unquote window only opens once the stream starts. This is essential. Do not send a donation with your program before the stream starts, because if you do, I'm not going to be able to get to it because there's going to be a backlog. So you have to wait until the stream starts, and I tell you that the donations are open. The donations are not yet open. The way you're going to do it is, a normal coffee is $3. A program review is going to be $5. That way I can differentiate between the two. The amount of space you will have for your donation to put the program is not big enough. You will not be able to send the program. You can only send questions. So what you're going to do is, in the space, you're going to write the message program review. That way I have your name and I know who you are, meaning that later you can go on to sending me a private message on Coffee, please. And that way you can send all of the information that you want. You can send all of the program and all of the questions associated with the program. Once I have that, I'm going to review the program live. I'm going to cite your name, etc., etc. You can please send it in text form. It would be great, because if you send me things to open, I don't know how it's going to interact with my softwares. I don't know if it's going to interact well with my antiviruses. So best case scenario, you type it. If not, you can send a PDF format or a Word format. And if there is a virus in it, well, I guess I'm going to have to deal with it. Of course, don't just send the program. The goal is that you can also ask concerns. So don't just send me a program, say, hey, what do you think of this about the program? How do you think I should implement this, etc., etc. You can be as expensive as you want. As you say, as I said, wait for the stream to start, and make sure also that you do not send your program via donations if you don't have the money for it. What I mean by this is that it's $5. It might sound like not much, but it's still money. It's a lot of money, especially for a program review that might not even last 5 minutes. There is an option for you to get your program reviewed for free. And that option is just send it to me on Instagram. I've reviewed thousands of programs for free on Instagram. You just have to send me a private message. The issue is that I get hundreds of programs sent to me a week, and I have a full-time job plus a part-time job plus YouTube. So I have very little free time. So the chance of me being able to review your program, if you send it to me on Instagram, is slim. If you absolutely want to have it reviewed, you have to do it through Coffee. That way I know I can get to it. But don't feel obligated. You can literally just send it on Instagram if you are patient enough. So that's essentially just what I wrote here, blah, blah, blah. I offer this option, of course, because as I explained when I opened the Coffee, I do not want to create paywalls. I do not want to create an unfair distinction between the people who have the money to pay and the ones who don't, because in my opinion, fitness should be free and available to everyone, regardless of the size of your wallet. Now, the only real difference is that if you do donate, well, your program is going to be reviewed longer. I get more information about it. It can help other people because you're going to be able to hear about the way the program is being reviewed. You support the channel and you allow the channel to remain ads-free, which is the entire point of the Coffee page. And that is all of the information you need. Naturally, if you are already on the Coffee and you are already if you're already a member on Coffee and you already donate every single month, you don't have to do a donation to get your program reviewed. You can just shoot it to me via a private message and I will happily do it, just like I've done for the past year. And the other part of this stream is going to be that I'm going to be answering general bodybuilding questions. And these questions will be mostly taken from the chat. So I'm going to actually read the chat. But if you, again, want a super chat, you can go on Cook to Coffee. You do a donation. So it's just $3. Don't do more than that. It's not needed. And then in the space, you can put your question. And I am going to be reviewing these. And that is what is going to happen today, but also every single month. So if for some reason today you don't get your question through or you don't get your program to be reviewed, you do not have to panic. There's going to be that stream every single month. You don't have to think that it's this opportunity or it's going to stop. I know that if I were a good businessman, I would tell you, hey, it's today. You have to do it today or else it never happen again. That's bullshit. I'll do it again and again and again and again. So that is why. And that is it. And Vegan Gains tells me coffee doesn't work. It keeps saying the address I put in is invalid for payment processing. I don't really have an answer to you. I don't have an answer. It's supposed to work. I know that certain countries are banned, but unless you moved to Russia recently, Richard, I think that Canada is not banned. So if a lot of you tell me that the donation process doesn't work on coffee, well, I'll try and fix it. I don't know how I can fix it, but that is it. So that's that. Let's start with the questions. My eyes are on the chat, and I also have my water. If you're going to watch the stream, please stay hydrated throughout the stream. It's still summer, it's very warm. First question by Tripado. Any tips on how to spot a good PT? Okay, my personal opinion is that first and foremost, a PT should look the part or should at least be able to replicate the abilities they claim to be able to create within you. If you're going to take advice from someone who's going to teach you how to dunk, I would prefer someone who can dunk, or someone who can prove that they used to be able to dunk, or someone who has a track record of athletes who eventually became able to dunk. And I'm talking about people who struggle to dunk and then dunk, not guys who are like 7 feet tall. After that, you also have to look at the way they interact with you throughout the sessions. A good PT is involved. A good PT is not on their phone. A good PT doesn't just give you a random piece of paper with things scribbled on it. They're supposed to prepare the session previously because you're paying them a lot of money for that. A good PT should also correct your form. They should be encouraging. And they should also not be the type of person who is trying to keep you dependent on them. A good PT is going to teach you. They're going to make sure that eventually you're going to become subservient, not subservient. You're going to be able to rely on yourself. Of course, it's a horrible business model, but a good PT does that. So I think that's most of what you have to pay attention to. Yes, this small eclipse says coffee has character small limit. It does. So for program reviews, you have to send me a private message. And if your question for some reason is longer than the character limit, you also can send a private message. I'm going to check periodically. Alors. Yeah, a lot of PTs end up just being idiots who make the people just do random exercises. And that way the guy doesn't never progress or the girl never progress, and they are forced to pay for more and more sessions. Anirudh PM. I apologize if your name is ethnic and I mispronounce it. Who asked, are machine pullovers as effective as dumbbell pullovers? Depends what you mean by effective. I personally think that a machine pullover is easier to set up. I would say that it maybe recruits the abs a bit more. I would think that you can do rest post period with more effectiveness, but it's not the same as a dumbbell pullover. That being said, in terms of closeness of variation, it's the closest you'll get to a dumbbell pullover. The cable machine version, when you're starting like this and you go like this, that's very far removed from what a normal dumbbell pullover would do. Ah yeah, coucou Bébou, ça va et toi Bébou? Of course, the only ones shitposting in the chat are French. Anas qui demande, tu penses que je devrais implémenter les pullovers dans mon programme si je fais pull PPLX Arnold? Anas who asks, do you think I should do pullovers if I do X program? The answer is yes, regardless of the program that you do. Please start doing pullovers. It's a magical lift that fits everywhere. If you have a push session or upper body session, it fits. Is he speaking Asian? Technically, yes, because a lot of Asians speak French, but they have an accent and they speak also a form of argot. They have their own version of French. Alors, do you think the tibialis can get monstrously big? I don't know about monstrously because the issue with small muscles is that they're small. So anatomically speaking, they can never, unless you inject synthol directly into them, they can never bypass their natural limit, quote unquote, in the sense that they are attached to a part of the body with a bone that doesn't allow them to like bypass the size of the bone. That's normal. But your tibialis can bulge. So it can be visible from the side, and that's what we want. Power, what's your opinion on Olympic lifts, especially snatch? Olympic lifts are tragically bad for hypertrophy. It's something that I've said in the past and I will keep repeating. That being said, they can be skewed to be more suited. For example, anything like a snatch grip, anything, now it's more suited. A power clean, in my opinion, is more suited, etc., etc. The issue with the Olympic lifts being, of course, that they're highly technical and they rely a ton on balance, which limits your ability to tap into hypertrophy. Wonder Boy, what do you think of cross arm front squats? If you don't have the mobility for the front rack position, it's okay. The issue is that naturally, if you're like this, unless you have scoliosis like myself, you should be balanced. But if you're like this, you see that one shoulder here has to be higher than the other. And I personally don't like it as a safety caution, as a safety measure. But a lot of bodybuilders are able to make it work. I personally don't like it. Chris C. Advice to look big for short and small clavicles individual. I have very narrow clavicles. So what you want to do is you want to, of course, hypertrophy your shoulders. You know, if you look at me just sitting there right now, if I follow my collarbone starts here and it stops here. That's the end of my collarbone. All of this is mass. So that's something that you can virtually create, you can create with. Of course, you'll never be as impressive as someone who has naturally big shoulders. If you look at me here, someone who has heroic shoulder to head ratio would have shoulders that almost clear the seat. Because if you take my head and you plunge it here, I have a 3 head shoulder to head ratio. 4 is the heroic one. That is something that you can only access through genetics. But if you don't have that, train as much as you can to get that with. Sentas neckbeard, what is your opinion on lengthened partials? I personally don't dismiss their ability to trigger hypertrophy. I think that they're valid because they align perfectly with the idea that the lengthened portion of the lift is the one that creates the most muscle growth. That being said, as a parameter of hypertrophy, I find them awkward. I've personally not been able to make them fit into my methodology of training, and so I don't use them. I also like clean hard sets with a clear start and end. And so someone like me, for example, beneficies much more from a rest post training technique than a lengthened partial. But I always take a look at what you guys tell me. And I've gotten a ton of people tell me, hey, I've started doing lengthened partials and I have seen great results. And if I hear that, to me, it means that there is some value in it. So try it. Do you watch UFC? Yes, but I don't pay for it. Do you think forearm curls and extensions? Wow. We are going to enter slow-mo eventually, but for now, the doors of the zoo are open. Do you think forearm curls and extensions are necessary if you do hammer curl variations and farmer carries? I think so. I think so for the simple reason that they're free. Like, you're going to do this for 15 repetitions, that's free. You don't have to I had the word and I let it go. You don't have to budget it. It's not going to create a ton of fatigue. You can literally superset it with anything, and it's literally just free volume for your forearms. So yes, do it. Mohammad Ibrahim Ahmad, how to get rid of pencil neck? Train your neck. It's as simple as that. Train your neck. It's a muscle group. Train it. Alors, peerless, what exercise would be good for erectors, one bigger than the other, hypertrophy imbalance? What I would tell you to do is to do single leg hyperextensions. That tends to do the job because you're going to constantly have to fight the rotation of your hips, which is going to put more stress on one erector than the other. You can also do the exact same thing with one leg running deadlifts. How is everyone, by the way? Sorry, I'm being very impolite here because I was a little bit stressed out at the start of the stream. ADZ, strong lifts, 5x5, good for beginners. It's going to build mass and you're going to get stronger. The issue is that the program in itself is imbalanced. So once you are going to graduate from it, if of course your goal is hypertrophy and bodybuilding, you're not going to get a good start in life from that because it doesn't rely enough on isolation. It hyper-focuses, of course, on certain compound movements that are not the best. So all of these powerlifting programs that were huge 15 years ago, in my opinion, should all be dismissed. We're past that. Now you go on Boost Camp, you have a plethora of free novice programs created by bodybuilders, natural bodybuilders who are much better. Chinese spy. You're a Chinese spy? What are you spying about here? There's nothing to spy on. Our machine rows with an overhand grip as good as Mido's rows. Well, most machine rows are going to be done in a different plane because you're going to do them in front of you, or Mido's rows are going to be done with you bent over. And technically, these are still horizontal rows. But I would think that they serve different purposes. You're going to get much more real depth from a Mido's rows done properly. So you can actually rotate the two. Alors, Mr. Frenchman, you said in your latest workout vlog that goblet squats are good, but they can be loaded into the 200, 300s. Would front Zercher squats be the good alternative if you want the front load? Yes, but the issue is that it comes with a host of issues, right? A front squat is going to eventually become limited by your ability to hold the front rack position. So your legs are not going to be challenged as much as they could. And it's the same for the Zercher squats. So what I would recommend if you want that ability to load on the front plane is a hack squat or a belt squat, which is not the same, admittedly, but like I've yet to figure out a way to make them work. Oh, by the way, someone said use straps for front squats. That is true. It's a hack I've seen people do where you loop the straps and instead of being like this, you go like, you grab into them and you're like this. I personally always felt it to be extremely awkward. I've never made it work. So if you can manage, absolutely do it. Dean Shepard, opinion on breathing squats for ribcage expansion. I have not personally had that experience, so I cannot tell you if it works or not, but people like Steve Reeves actually said it worked. And Steve Reeves said pullovers work, so I would give him the benefit of the doubt here. As always in life, try it for yourself, see if it works. Carlos, I do see you. I'm not going to cut my hair. I see most messages. Who's on my shirt? It's a piggy. It's a Train and Tame shirt by Alan Throw. A friend of mine got it for me when we were both training like shitty powerlifters, aka power building. I love that shirt. I think that the cut is really great. It's one of the few shirts that actually makes me look wide, so I like it. Un bout, tu chopes où tes t-shirts manga? Je les chope en majorité sur T-Public. Do you have an anime boyfriend? Of course. Can we donate $5 for Prime Review? Oh yeah, I didn't say it. Yes, the donations are open. So like I will periodically check to see if you sent a program. Will there be more Bloho videos? No, because he's been behaving. I'm a man of my word. The man with the beard. I didn't see your question. I think we're going to enter slow mode. If I can make it work. Channel level settings, I think. It's not that. Okay. Non, mais c'est trop drôle. It's too funny. I'm just completely incompetent. Edit, maybe? Oh, I think it was edit, no? Public. I think it was that. Restrictions none. Thumbnail. It's nice thumbnails. You can see my titties. Paid promotion, no. Customization, maybe? Yeah, it's customization. Yeah. Alors, paf, save. C'est bon, le slow mode est on. Programming tips for women. Programming tips for women. Well, first, if you can find a decent and competent fitness influencer that's female and is not just a booty streamer, I would say follow her, because a woman is the best suited to give you advice on how to train for a woman. I would say be understand that there is a natural imbalance between your ability to do upper body work and lower body work. It does not mean that you have to skip upper body work, but this tendency that I have seen in the past of training women like men and saying, oh, well, it's the same, just like follow the programs available, that's bullshit. You're a woman. You have much more in the tank when it comes to developing your lower body, so do more for the lower body. And stay away from certain movements. Like a bench press is not a bad movement for women, but it's also not necessary. I see many women who do it thinking that's all they can do. No, you can do flies, for example. Flies will also do what you want when it comes to like developing that area. There is a trend on social media saying women don't like muscles. It's not just on social media, it's always been there. If you're remotely big, you have had someone at some point approach you to tell you, oh yeah, you know that women don't like muscles like this, right? There is what women say, and then there's the reality. And the reality is that, yeah, women do like muscle. But what type of muscle is the question? You know, like the bodybuilding big, the PD users big, of course they don't like that because the only people who like that are men for the majority. But yeah, chest, shoulders, biceps, six-pack, having nice glutes, yeah, women like that. Are straps needed for novices? When you get started, no, but your grip strength is quickly going to become the limiting factor. So the second it becomes the limiting factor, put on straps. Will you be reading coffee questions? Yes, and actually, thank you for letting me know. We're going to do it right now. Alors, coffee, hop. On clique. Hop. On regarde les questions. Okay. So I have a bunch of people who sent me donations, and that's very nice. But if you don't send a message with it, okay, so we have a bunch of program reviews. We're going to get to them immediately. Parasocial Hypertrophy said, I'm having a blast with the Doom push-pull leg program, but I wanted to add pullovers and a bit more of calves. How would you suggest doing so? Cheers. So when it comes to pullovers, I would always tell you to add pullovers on the day where you do presses, because I feel like it really fits well, because presses are going to warm up your shoulders and then pullovers are going to really open them. You can also abuse the fact that pullovers can be done at the end of the workout without suffering too much when it comes to performance. So let's say you start with like a heavy horizontal press and you superset that with some forearms because it's free. Like someone asked recently, you do this, right? Then you're going to do a heavy vertical press. And guess what? That is going to pair beautifully too with some vertical pull or horizontal pull. And then you have your last movement of the day, which is going to be a pullover, and you can then superset that with some bicep isolation, and there you have it. That's how you should be doing it. Alors, program review. We have a bunch of program reviews. Z asks, do you have any tips on pushing through the burn? I can only do about 8 reps of leg extensions before I have to call the fire department. So here, I think it's an very interesting question, because I oftentimes see people in the gym who are not pushing hard. And I think the reason why they're not pushing hard is either because no one told them they had to, or because they are feeling what you're feeling, which is the burn. To mitigate the burn, first, don't go too high in reps. The higher in reps you go, the more lactic acid you accumulate, the more of a burn you feel. So maybe if you have a movement that you're not able to progress on because you're not able to go to failure, and it's like 10 to 15, how about trying 8 to 12 instead? That should allow the muscle to express more of its potential power without being limited by lactic acid production. After that, we're going to like give our balls a tug for a second. I would also tell you to just man up. It's just the burn, you're not going to die from it. Just push through it, push through the pain. Nothing is going to happen, you're not going to get injured. What you can do if you want to train yourself to develop that ability and that mental fortitude is rest pose. So the second you feel the burn and it's becoming hard and painful, you stop. And 10 seconds later, you keep going with the set. And the pain should be less, but you should still be able to get 3 to 4 reps. And eventually, you will no longer need to do that. I hope that answered your question. Chris Tang Del Rey Misfits, a name close to my heart. Can nucleus overload only be achieved on a bulk, or can it also work on a cut? It works regardless of your caloric intake. Frank, how to deal with nerve pain on GM presses? I felt an extremely uncomfortable sensation in my right elbow when I do them. I've been avoiding them because of that, and your message is long, but see, this is the reason why these donations are cool, because I can click on it. I've been avoiding them because of that, but is there any way to eventually incorporate them? So The patron saint of GM Press, at least for me, is Todd Hutchings. He's the man who put me on them. He's an arm wrestler. And the way Todd Hutchings recommends doing GM presses for arm wrestling is to vary the grip. So very wide, medium, and very narrow. We're going to use that wisdom and apply it to your case. Oftentimes, when a tendon is painful in a movement, it's because the tendon is, in a sense, rubbing, because the angle of it and the angle of the, in this case, the elbow is put in a way that like puts pressure on that tendon. Maybe instead of being here, if you go here or here, that will make all of the difference. And I know it might not sound like much, but play around with this aspect of the GM press, how much you open the elbow, and see if it doesn't help. If it doesn't help, you also have to keep in mind that no lift is magical. And if a lift hurts now, it's perfectly fine to go do something else for a while and then come back to it. I've had a period of time where I had issues when I did dips. And I thought, well, maybe I'll never be able to do dips. Now I do dips with an additional 4 plates added to my body weight. I gave it time. Some level of adaptation took place in my shoulders, and now it's good. Maybe by becoming better and stronger and more endurant at another tricep movement, you're going to reinforce the tendon and you're going to be able to do GM presses. Good question. Dun, dun, dun. Okay. So that's a monthly. Okay, that's it for the questions. So now we're going to do the program reviews. And we're going to do directly into the conversations. And I have a bunch of messages. Very good, very good. So that's later. Perfect. All right, we're going to start. Camo, who sent his program on September 8th. Even though I told you to wait, we are not September 8th, we are September 14th. But I'm still going to review the program. So first off, let's see if I can do that for you guys. I'm going to copy the program and I'm going to paste it, copy and paste it. I don't know if it's going to be very helpful for you guys, but shit, why not? Oh, it's too long. Oh, it's way too long. Attends. Attendez, bougez pas, ne bougez pas. On trouve des hacks. On trouve des hacks. Des hacks, des tricks. Oh là là, c'est le truc le plus... Un paste-bine. Tu vas commencer à me parler meilleur, toi, déjà. Le mec, il me traite de paste-bine. Ça va? C'est le stream de la galère ici, les enfants. C'est le ghetto. Ouais, je ne vais pas faire ça tout le temps, hein, les enfants. Pas déconner non plus. Hein. Hop. Alors, voilà, j'ai posté tout ça. Alors, we're going to start with the first program review. Jordan Jacobs, who asked, how do we send out programs for reviews with character limits on donations? You do a $5, not more than $5. I've already seen people who donate $10. You don't have to donate $10. $5, so I can differentiate. You write program review in the message, and then you send it to me directly via private message. And by what we're going to do is we're going to shut down program reviews for today. What I mean is that if you've already sent your program, of course, I'm going to review it. But if you are thinking about sending it today, please don't. We already have way too many, and I want to make sure I can get to every single one of them. So wait, and you'll get an opportunity to send your program next week. I promise you, okay? Je suis pas ton enfant. Toute personne sur ce chat est mon enfant, Xenodoc. You are all mine for the time being, okay? This small Eclipse says you can only message if you subscribe monthly. Is that true? Is that true? I don't think it's true. No, that's not true. No, it's not true. Because I've gotten a ton of messages from people who donated one time and they asked me questions and I answered. So I know it's not true. You do not... okay, I'm going to go against my own interest here. You do not have to set a recurrent donation of $5 to send your program. You just have to donate $5. Okay, don't pay more money than you need to. Okay, we're going to start with the first program by Camo, and Camo tells me I've been following you since GVS made a video about you in 2021. I'm assuming this is how to send the program. So here is my program. 4 days in a 6-day week, lower upper rest times 2. All right. And you start with lower, focused on knee flexion, heel elevated high bar squat, 2 to 3 sets, 4 to 8. Perfect. With dumbbell hammer curls. Excellent. You're taking your lower body movement and you're mixing it with arm isolation. Excellent. Trap bar power shrug follows, 3 sets of 10 to 15. That's a great movement as well. It's going to be very easy on the lower back. It's going to tax your traps. And then you're going to do some kettlebell swings, 3 sets of 15 to 20, superset with weighted sit-ups. This is an excellent lower body day because you're going to have a very heavy quad movement at the start, some isolation in there. Why is it doing it? Wow, am I being hacked? My mouse is moving by itself. It's very scary. There's a ghost in my computer. Okay, so as I said, you get your heavy quad movement, then you get your kettlebell swings that is going to work as a hip hinge. If done properly, you get ab isolation. I have nothing to say on that day. Excellent. Then you're going to do some horizontal press. It's your upper day. Barbell bench, 2 to 3 sets, 6 to 10. Okay, excellent. Dumbbell pullovers follow. Superset real delt skiers. Okay, lat, real delts. And then cables over tricep extension, so tricep isolation, and some lateral raises for more side delts. Nothing to say here. Excellent. RDL, 2 sets of 3, 2 to 3 sets of 6 to 10, so that's for another lower day. Reverse bar curl, so forearms and posterior chain. In this case, I hope that you're using straps or RDLs. Smith squat, 3 sets of 8 to 12, plus finger curls. Okay, a lot of focus on forearms, that's great. And then some incline shrugs. Excellent. And then the last upper day, Smith 80 press for the shoulders or Arnold press. So that's a very good rotation and variation put in place. And you superset that with Arnold raises. Okay, here we have the first potential issue. Why? Let's see if the chat can pick it up. Why do you think it's an issue to superset 80 press with some Arnold raises? Overlap. They both hit the delts. In which case, you're going to find that the isolation movement that follows the big compounds for the shoulders is going to suffer. And there is literally no reason to do that. So an easy way to fix it, if I just take one look at the program, you're going to do your Arnold raises, then you're going to do some dumbbell fly press and some spider rows, then lateral cable raise and single arm cable overhead extension. So the only place where we would be able to place this would be potentially if we put it with the spider rows and you would do the fly press with the 80 press, but that still to me is 2 presses in a, it's a press and an hybrid press in a sense in a row. So if I were you, Camo, I would take that and try and put it somewhere. We could also even make the case that you're doing too much for shoulders on that day because you're doing 80 press, you're going to do you're going to do 80 press, Arnold raise, you're going to do fly press, which technically still trains the shoulders, and lateral cable raise. Maybe take one of these and remove them. That's the only thing I would say for your program. But the rest of that, the program looks to be excellent to me. Okay, let's take a look at the chat. You can, I mean, if you absolutely want to spam shoulders, you can, but to me, it's counterproductive. As I said, please, no more sending your program today. You're going to have a chance to do it next time. I just don't want to be in a position where I have to tell you, well, I don't have time anymore. Because for those of you who don't know, the stream lasts 3 hours. It's going to last until 5 p.m. And last time I went over that. So let's see another program. We have Dorshi, who did send his program exactly at 11 sharp. LONH, I hope that in case your real program is your live stream today, you could take a look at mine. I'm an intermediate and I noticed that with 3-ish training days, I can consistently lift for a long time. I hope you can give me tips to improve the program. Here is the program. Okay, so 3-ish training days. I'm not sure exactly what that means. So you mean you're training 3 times a week, I suppose. All right, which is a perfectly fine frequency, by the way. You do not have to train every day. You do not have to train 6 times a week. 3 times a week can work. Here's the program. So on Monday and Friday, so you do, so if it's Monday and Friday, you train, okay, I think I understand. I don't understand. My brain is like low capacity, especially in English. If your phrasing is obscure, I might not be able to understand it. So please like phrase it like I'm 5. But let's look at the program anyways, and we'll take into account the frequency later. So Monday and Friday, weighted pull-ups for 3 sets of 5 to 8. 5 to 8 is a great rep range for weighted pull-up. Great rep range, but it's at the top of what I would advise when it comes to volume. I think that anything beyond that for weighted pull-ups, like 8 to 12, is overkill because it's going to damage your ability to actually be intense and put a lot of weight on. This is a movement you want to do heavy with low reps. And then you do neck. You already train neck, so you're winning at life. 3 sets of hanging knee raises, 12 to 15, that's excellent. Hanging knee raises at some point need to be weighted, just like any movement, in which case you want to do them on the Roman chair, the one where you can put your arms like this. And then you substitute that with lateral raises, 8 to 12. 8 to 12 is a great rep range. 3 sets of weighted ring rows, 5 to 8, beautiful. I hope you do them weighted. 3 sets of ring face pulls, 10 to 15, likewise, it's a great movement. 3 to 4 sets of hammer curls or normal bicep curls, 6 to 12. Okay, so here we have a movement where you're going to train your lats, you're going to train your abs, you're going to train your shoulders, you're going to train your real delt, and you're going to train your biceps. It's an upper body day. Okay. Wednesday, you do ring dips. All right, ring dips. If I take a look at your Monday or Friday, you should not be taxed at all. So that's a good movement, 6 to 10, great rep range. More hanging knee raises. You might want to consider doing something else because from what I understand, actually, of just seeing the program like that, you seem to be a calisthenic guy. Maybe you don't have access to other equipment, but there are other ab isolation movements you can do with minimal equipment. Knee raises at some point are going to keep recruiting the same part of the abs, and it might eventually become a limiting factor for your growth. You do lateral raises again, so you spam lateral raises. Not a big fan of that. You could do a variation. You can do an upright row. You can do a Y raise instead. That would reduce overuse injuries. It will also allow your performance to stay more stable because you'll be less fatigued on the movement, which means that over time, progressive overload is going to be faster. Then you do ring push-ups. Okay, so ring dips, ring push-ups, they sort of hit the same muscles. Not a big fan of that. Maybe if you really want a ton of volume for that day, maybe if the ring dips are weighted and the ring push-ups are not, maybe you can make it work, but it's a little bit redundant. And then some tricep push-downs, 10 to 15, good. Keep in mind always, please, in the chat, that just because you're doing a shit ton of presses does not mean that your triceps are getting everything that they need to be getting. Oftentimes, if you're like me and you are chest dominant or shoulder dominant, your presses are going to feed these areas and the triceps are going to be underfed, which is why isolation exists, because it's impossible to do an isolation movement for the tricep that doesn't target the tricep. It's in the name. Then Tuesdays and Thursdays, 3 to 4 sets of heel elevated squats, 10 to 15, 3 to 4 sets of single leg RDL, 10 to 15, 3 to 4 sets of calf raises, 10 to 15. And then, ras, as we say, we go home. Well, that's exactly the type of lower body days that I personally prioritize, because if you do them heavy enough, that is going to be covering most of your bases, especially if you don't really care about lower body days, which Dolce will tell me in the comments if I'm right or wrong. I get a sense that you're an upper body bro, and that's perfectly fine. But with that amount of leg work, you'll still have pretty good legs. And you train at home, you have a heavy weight vest, deep belts, dumbbells, etc. For someone who trains at home, this is a good program. Just keep in mind the redundancy that I spoke about, and you should be all good. You can rotate the ring dips with the ring push-ups. Okay, so that's 2 programs so far. Feedback, please. How is it going? Are you guys able to follow my train of thought? Am I speaking too fast? Are you getting something out of this? Keep in mind that these streams are for you. If you're not having a good time, I don't see the point. You're right. There could be a better way for you guys to see the programs. I'm going to figure it out. The issue is that naturally I could just click on a button and share my screen. But I'm a bit hesitant of doing that because YouTube is... sometimes it's tough to undo something you've done on YouTube, you know? And share screen is dangerous. Like, it's so dangerous that the company I work for forbids it entirely. Like, you're not allowed to share your screen. So we're not going to do that. For a game who says I came late, anything important I missed, you didn't really miss anything important. We started, yeah. What I'll do is that I'll pass it in the chat, even if it's not convenient, even if it's hard for you to like follow. Yeah. What does Bro have on his computer? I have a lot of sensitive documents on my computer because it's my work computer too. And I have clients who wouldn't want their identities to be revealed. So by clients, I mean people outside of fitness. I do not coach, or the people who ask. These small clips, I subbed instead of donating. You can always undo your subs. Coffee doesn't like just keep taking your money. You can just go in and just say stop. Let's take a few questions from the chat, and then we'll go back to the questions from Coffee, and then we'll go back to program reviews. How do you feel about people that prioritize strength, like street lifting, powerlifting? You respect it, just not interested. Exactly. I have a lot of respect for athletes, for strength lifters, for strength athletes, because to me, there is something beautiful in being that focused on a single aspect. You take like Olympic weightlifting. It's one of the few things that I watched during the Olympics, and I was transfixed because here you have people who spent 15, 20 years of their life performing two movements. And that is a level of dedication that personally puts me in awe, because you need incredible fortitude. And also, like, imagine, like, as a bodybuilder, it's already frustrating enough when one movement stops growing and you plateau, but you have 15 movements. The rest is going to go up. Imagine plateauing on your snatch. Like, I was looking at some of these guys, some of these super high-level Olympic weightlifters, the people commentating were saying like, oh yeah, last year he lifted 180 kilos, and this year he did 182 kilos. A full year of hard work, diet, and potentially drugs for 2 kilos on your snatch. The majority of humans are not able to do that because the payback you get from the efforts is simply not enough. But that's also what makes a champion. Bees, monkeys. Do you recommend spamming leg training? No. I don't recommend spamming anything, to be honest. Maybe forearms. Forearms is the one thing I say you can spam. But for neck training, when you start, do it once or twice a week, and you'll already see tremendous results. And I don't think there is a point of training neck more than 3-4 times a week. Honestly, I don't. Keeping in mind also that if you start getting overuse injuries in your neck, that's not fun. LW, how do I get back into training? You kick yourself in the butt, bro. No one is going to be able to tell you to train. No one can train for you. You have to find a reason within yourself that justifies putting in all of that effort. And we both know that that reason exists, because training is just incredibly potent at bettering your mental health, at longevity, keeping you strong, keeping you active. There is no reason not to train. Right? The only reason not to train is because you're lazy and you're doing something else instead, or because you have just so much going on in your life. But try to find time, because we know right now that is going to improve your existence. B-Man, is push-pull leg and Arnold split in the same week a good split? That would be hard to say. I don't know. For monthly Coffee subscribers, do questions sent in today get answered this week's stream or next week? I will try and get it all done today. My priority will be to cover all of the people who sent programs today, so as not to create a backlog. Because back in the days when I used to do program reviews on videos, I had a backlog of hundreds of programs, and that's just not fair to you guys, especially if you're going to have to pay to get it reviewed. Which is also why, reminder, please don't send your programs today. You will have an opportunity again next month. Undead Gamer, I am on the advanced stage of the Ultimate Hypertrophy program. Do I stay on this program forever, or should I go to another one once I finish the 12 weeks? You can stay on it forever, as long as you keep progressing. And of course, as long as you're enjoying it. Kino, how to build a home gym with no space for a rack, loadable or adjustable dumbbells for compounds, novice here. Okay, so you want, if possible, a dip station that doubles as a pull-up station that takes the minimum amount of space possible. If you can find something like a squat, not a squat rack, but a squat stand, that doesn't take too much space and is easy to put away, that would also be a good choice. Adjustable dumbbells, I really don't advise because they become very expensive very quickly because you have to buy the small dumbbells that actually go on it. So for dumbbells, I always recommend keep an eye open for the gyms around you that close. They always try and get rid of their dumbbells and no one wants them. So they literally give it away for cheap. Try to find like, there's always some guy who bought like on a whim a full rack of dumbbells and then he never uses them and eventually he has to sell them because they take too much space. And when they sell them, no one wants to buy the entire thing. So they sell piece by piece, slowly but surely accumulate that. Ale Claudio, good anime recommendations like Berserk. Well, if you've enjoyed Berserk, you're going to enjoy Fullmetal Alchemist. You will most likely enjoy Baki. You ask recommendations, so like for anime that are easy to access. So let's start with these and then go from there. But nothing is quite like Berserk. If you started with Berserk, it's the equivalent of having your first meal be like a 5-star from a great restaurant. Nothing else is going to be able to compare afterwards. Jacked and Stoic, is there anywhere on sternum pain from dips? I've never had sternum pain from dips, so I cannot give you medical advice. That being said, you're most likely very young because most people who get pain from dips are like in their early 20s, late teens. I've heard people say that you just have to wait and the pain eventually goes away. But by wait, I mean not keep doing them and wait, like stop doing them, do something else in the meanwhile. Because if you crack your sternum, that's not fun. Baldi-sama, les meilleurs exos pour corriger sa posture. Best exercises to fix your posture. So first and foremost, we're going to dismiss a myth that attempted to dismiss a myth. Is there such a thing as bad posture? Yes, there is. There is. If you're constantly rounded forward and you end up having that like forward head posture constantly, to me, that's bad posture. Some people might say, well, it's not that bad. I don't care. First and foremost, it looks horrible. It makes you look like a goblin. It's not attractive. And on top of that, a lot of people develop back pain from it. I think there is a correlation here. So what you want to do is you want to train your traps with stuff like face pulls. You want to train your abs because your core are also going to allow you to keep a neutral spine. You want to train your lower back with movements that are going to rigidify your core. All of that is going to help you your posture. And then posture is also an intent. You know, if you look at my posture here, I'm like this. When I was in high school, my teachers would always comment on the fact that I was the only kid that was like this, because that's also how I was raised. You know, when I was growing up, I kept hearing spine, spine, spine. That meant straighten up, right? Don't be like this when you're eating at the table, straight. If possible, get a chair that has a straight back. If you can, get a pillow, like right behind me, you can see it. There's a pillow. You put it on your lower back. It's going to force your back to be like this. So it's going to, it's not possible for me to be like this because of the pillow behind me. So I have to be here. All of these are things that you can do by day-to-day life to reinforce good habits. Gray Larynx, can someone recommend some workouts I can do 2 months after abdominal surgery? My doctor said it's fine to lift, but not heavy. I would highly recommend you go get someone who is trained in physical rehabilitation. I suppose you got an hernia. I've never had one. Is there wood somewhere for me to knock on it? But there are certain things you can do to reinforce the abdominal wall, such as planks. I'm not telling you to do planks, okay? I'm saying it could work, but go get someone who is going to be able to give you proper advice based on your situation. Whenever, Foxarium, whenever I do behind the neck press after the set, I feel like there is a string pulling my back in place and forcing good posture. There we have it. Why? Let's think about it for a second. Why would that make sense? Well, when you do behind the neck presses, what do you have to do? You have to be straight and not just straight. You have to exaggerate how straight you are. So you have to make sure that you push everything down and your shoulders are here. Because if you do this, this is horribly awkward. It's going to put a lot of pressure on your lower back. So you're going to have to be here. That is a good way to reinforce good posture. Putuj, have you got a workout program available somewhere? Yes, you go on Boost Camp. That's a free app, and you have all of my programs available for free. Jacked and Stoic, do you eat any particular food for vascularity? Garlic. I would say that raw garlic is probably the one that I would credit the most for vascularity, but vascularity is mostly about training and being lean. All right, let's get back to the program reviews for the people who sent their programs. We have Dancer by the Day, who has a beautiful profile pic of a bodybuilder and then the face of guts during the eclipse. And I'm going to take all of his programs and copy it for you guys in the chat. Alors, it's going to be awkward, but bear with me, that way you can have a visual. Oh là 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 là. C'est terrible. It's going to be long, and it might not be worth it. Ouais, c'est vrai qu'il y a des limitations, c'est chiant ça. Putain, ça me rappelle, j'ai l'impression d'être au taf. Aïe aïe aïe. Aïe aïe aïe. Tellement l'impression d'être au taf. Hop. Ah, on passe des bons moments en stream, hein. Faire des copier-coller là. Bougez pas les enfants, bougez pas, ça arrive. Voilà. Bon, c'est pas si long que ça en fait. Ah. Hop. Putain. Il y en a un peu plus. Il y en a un peu plus. Hop. Et le dernier. Voilà. Hablas espagnol, si. Roberto. Pin it. I'm not pinning it. There's a million messages. How am I supposed to pin every one of them? No, you just, like, if you absolutely want to have the program in front of you, you click on one message and that way it doesn't go away. Okay. Let's review the program sent by Dancer by the Day, who says, hello, Mr. Hypertrophy, which is my name. Glad to have you back. Glad to be back as well. I thought I would never be back. This, and actually, talking about never being back, I'm seeing that the laptop is starting to run out of battery, and last time it almost disconnected. So let's fix that problem right now. Hop. C'est bon. Alors, so blah, blah, blah. This is my current split that I've run for the past year. I'm currently seeing great results from this split, but would greatly appreciate criticisms and suggestions on how it could be modified. And then he says, certain movements that I would typically superset, I have to do on isolation now. Hack squats and machine preachers due to training in a commercial gym and not wanting to be the asshole using equipment at opposite ends of the gym, which is very nice of you. So, Dancer by the Day on upper one does bench 3 sets of 4 to 8. Great rep range, very intense. And dumbbell rows. This is the typical superset that I recommend all the time. Horizontal press, horizontal pull. Beautiful. Then he does high incline Smith press. So high incline meaning there's going to be a lot of shoulders. 3 sets of 8 to 12. That's a good rep range. And loop hammer curls. What is a loop hammer curl? A loop hammer curl is you take a loop, which is a band of tissue. You loop it around your hand. So here it's going to be like this around your hand. Then you attach a pin or weights directly here. Look at that arm. Jesus Christ. You add weight directly here, and you're going to do your curls in that fashion or in that fashion. That is an excellent way, in my opinion, to reduce the incidence of grip or even of your wrist on your ability to develop your forearms and your curls. So, great movement. And again, if you look at just the patterns here, we have an horizontal press, horizontal pull, and then we have a vertical press, and we have an isolation for the arm. Perfect. Then cable overhead extensions, 3 sets of 10 to 15 for the long leg of the tricep, beautiful. And cable lateral raises to finish the shoulders, 3 sets of 10 to 15, beautiful. And you finish with hanging knee raises, 3 sets as many reps as possible. We all know what happens when you do abs at the end of the training program. Oftentimes we sandbag or we skip. If you find that you're not sandbagging or skipping, that's fine. If you are, please move that up earlier in the program. You could put it in between your bench and your high incline Smith press. That way it gives you some time to recover from the press. Lower one, squats, 2 sets of 4 to 8. 2 sets for something like a heavy squat is actually enough. You don't need more volume than that, in my opinion, and the 2-set method is very good. But what I would expect, and here I'm not looking at the rest of the day, what I would expect is that there should be 2 extra sets for quads later on. Let's see if that happens. Then he does neck extensions, 3 sets of 10 to 20, beautiful rep range. That's the rep range I recommend for neck extensions. Then machine power shrugs. So we see a lot of people here who have the guts philosophy where they train quads and lower body and also traps, and I think that it makes a lot of sense. And then he does neck curls. So you do neck extensions and neck curls on the same day. That might potentially be counterproductive for performance, but if it's the only day you can train neck, why not? And you do tibialis raises. So you train a lot of the muscles that people ignore. Good job. Then you do pendulum squats, 2 sets of 8 to 12. There we have the 2 extra sets of quads I was talking about. So that's beautiful. And then lying leg curls, 3 sets of 8 to 12, which ends up being the only motion you get for the hamstrings. This long term might create an imbalance between your quads and your hamstrings. So you have to look out for that because there is no heavy posterior chain work on that day. Let's see if there is later on. On upper do arm focus, you do dips, 3 sets of as many reps as possible. Sorry. Dancer by the day. Are you in the chat? I don't know if you're in the chat, or maybe if you're in the comments, you'll be able to comment that under the video, the replay of the video. Why do you do as many reps as possible for dips? The only justification for that is that you're still in between the 6 to 10 reps and you've never cleared that. But in my opinion, if you're able to do 10 to 15 clean dips with body weights only, that is when you have to graduate to weighted because you're wasting your time. Calisthenics with body weight only eventually stop being able to create hypertrophic adaptations in the body. You're going to spin your wheels and your performance is going to stay the same. Anyone who's gotten to like 15 pull-ups can attest to that. Eventually, you're like 15 pull-ups, 14 pull-ups, 13 pull-ups. It never goes up. You never get more than that. So start weighting your movement, even if it's just with 5 pounds, because you will quickly find out that this is going to go up tremendously fast and the gains are going to be immense. You superset your dips with machine pullovers, 3 sets of 8 to 12. No issue with that. That's great. Again, that's a horizontal press, and then it's technically a vertical pull. Then you do some machine preacher curls, 3 sets of 6 to 10. That's good. Then Smith machine GM press, 2 to 3 sets. Okay, now I'm understanding why sometimes you have supersets and why sometimes you have standalones. The machine preacher curl, oftentimes in gym, is going to be isolated by itself. You do not want to have another movement across the gym from it, so you just camp on it. That is great, and it's very nice of you because that way you allow other people to use other machines. Smith machine GM press, a beautiful movement. If you have access to a Smith machine, please try GM press on it. You're going to love it. 2 to 3 sets of 8 to 12. And then pronation curls, again, a great movement, 3 sets of 8 to 12. That is excellent. Compound isolation. And cable reel dart fly. So this is an example of a giant set. We start with a heavy press, then we do an isolation for the bicep, and then we do something to finish the shoulders. This, sorry, I said shoulders. I said shoulders earlier. Smith machine GM press is for the triceps. So here we have triceps, we have biceps and forearms, and we have shoulders. It makes a shit ton of sense because isolation movements are not tiring. They're not going to fry your nervous system. They're not going to put you out of breath. So doing 3 in a row actually works. And I know that some people say, well, it must be bad for performance. It will at the start because your cardiovascular ability to handle it is not going to be high enough. But I guarantee you that if you do it long enough, it's going to actually go away and you'll be able to be very performant. Then some lying tricep extension. So you're doing more. From experience, after doing dips and Smith machine GM press, your performance on lying tricep extension should be very, very poor. Is it really a good idea to do it here? Knowing full well that you could replace them with the machine preacher curls because you're doing weighted sit-ups afterwards. So unless the machines are really too far apart, I think that this is something that could be replaced. Then you have a rest day, which is a good idea after all of that work. And then upper 3. And upper 3 is because, as you can, I don't know if guys can go back to the program, the messages I sent. He does upper 1, lower 1, and upper 2. So it's a ton of fatigue for the upper body. So you do want to flush it out before you do an upper 3. Upper 3 is weighted neutral grip pull-up, 3 sets of 4 to 8, great. Incline bench, 3 sets of 6 to 12, and barbell curls, 3 sets of 8 to 12. Nothing to say about that, that's good. Tricep push down, so here you have your incline bench and then a push down, a press and an isolation for the tricep, that's good. And cable upright row, which is a good movement, 3 sets of 10 to 20, okay. And then pec deck rear delt flies, more isolation for the shoulders, dumbbell finger curls, more isolation for the forearm. Nothing to say about this day. This is a great day. And then lower 2, Okay, again, just not looking. Remember what I said previously, that lower one was way too quad focused. So I would expect lower two to be posterior chain focused. What does he open with? LDLs. Well, good. That's it. Two to three sets of 6 to 10 and neck curls, then snatch, grip shrug, which is an excellent movement, and tibialis raises, then some hack squats and some leg extensions and hanging leg raises. That's that. I think that's a good day. What do you think? And that is the end of the program. And then he asks, what do you think about the general volume per body part? I think it's good. I think you might have a tendency to do a bit too many reps for certain movements like the real delt or like on your upright rows that might not be justified, or like your lying tricep extension 10 to 15. But if it works, it works. The overall volume of the program is not excessive. And as for anything that I would change, I let you know throughout the review. What do you think about the exercise selection? The exercise selection is after my heart because you're only doing movements that I love. And is there anything you would change in general? No. And that is, by the way, for the people that are going to be donating to have your program reviewed, what you want to hear, right? You sort of want to get scammed in a way. You want me to tell you, yeah, I wouldn't change anything, because that means that to me, that's a program that is going to get you great gains. So that is that for that program review. People ask, how do we submit a program review? Don't worry about it for today. The program reviews for the day are closed. You can no longer submit them. Please wait. You'll have the opportunity again in the future. Is an adult gun workout video planned? Yeah, when fucking Togashi comes back and makes new chapters, meaning never. Jacobs, can we link Google Docs in program review so you can see it better? Sure. I would prefer if it was in text format. Will you ever compete? I think there will be a day where I compete, just because I would want to see what I built, but not now. Francesco De Pau, which Jung book should I read first? That is a good question. A lot of people recommend not even reading Jung first and reading a book by an expert on Jung. I think that this is a very practical advice. I personally don't like it because it means you're going to discover Jung through someone else. So I would recommend you read Modern Man in Search of a Soul, which is the first book I read from Jung and the first book we're going to review on the channel. Twin Blades. Hello, brother. How do you quell persistent hunger when cutting? It's absolutely destroying me. I don't have much advice for it. Try to find foods that are low on calories and that actually like satiate you, I guess. Make sure that you keep most of your calories before you go to bed, because going to bed hungry sucks. Try to focus more on proteins, because proteins tend to be high satiation. Yeah. You speaking to someone who never cut. The only time I cut in my life was a suicide cut, and it was not healthy. So I don't have enough like knowledge for this. Are ring dips decent, or does stability ruin it? But well, the stability aspect of dips is sort of like the reason why people do them on rings. It's because they are seeking that instability, and also because it allows you to go deeper in the range of motion. So it's a trade-off. I would always prefer doing them on a dip bar, because a dip bar was created to do dips. Matt, after you pick bulking, you think you're going to recomp long term? No. What I do now is I recomp during the summer month where it's too warm to eat a lot, and then I bulk very slowly during the winter months. And that's what I'll keep doing because it's working. Jordan, send program review now. Do not send your programs, please. Jacked and Stoic, can't you host an online competition with the size of the channel now? No, because one, the channel is actually not that big. In the realm of fitness, it's actually like medium size, if not small. And also, it would take a lot of time that I don't have. It would take a lot of resources that I don't have. The best case scenario would be like a very big channel who actually wants to promote natural bodybuilding, who does it, and then I would be able to relay it and like create publicity for it and strategize around it. But the truth of the matter is that there is no money in it, so they're not going to do it. Like, I don't know if you guys remember Nick Strength and Power, who like 5 years ago had a natural competition online. He never did it again. Why? Because he lost money on it. Well, we can't blame the guy. He's not going to sacrifice his bank account for something that he might not even believe in. Alternate for crook rows. You can do some meters rows. Jordan, please wait. You'll have an opportunity next time we have a fitness Q&A, but don't send it now because I'll never be able to get to it. Do you need to warm up for every exercise? No. You need to warm up for the exercises that are starting the day, quote unquote, and then if you have movements that follow up that are in the same line, you don't need to warm up as much. So if you do, for example, heavy bench press and then dumbbell flies, you don't need to warm up again for the dumbbell flies, in my opinion. Or you can do one set, but not more than that. Is the old guts program good for big legs? No. The old guts program was still decent for legs, but it was mostly upper body and the yoke. What machines have you included after your comeback in a commercial gym? Well, cables, of course. Smith machine, of course. I like the lat pull down, the one where you grab the handle in front of you and you go like this. They have a Nautilus pullover machine, so you bet your ass I'm using it all the time. Essentially, all of the things that don't fit into my home gym. Do you need to warm up the hamster before putting it in the oven? We're not doing the hamster thing again, guys. I used to be unhealthy skinny fat and I've gained a good bit of muscle following your beginner program to a T for 4 months. Thank you so much. No problem. And good luck. Ah, les câbles, c'est bien. Hein? I already made a video about street lifting Lion. It's the video about Baki. You can go check it out. What do you think of a seated leg press used for calf presses? Do you think it is a good exercise for building calves? Yes. Yes, because the only thing moving the weight is your calves. Tu vas revamp les programmes Baki OMA que tu avais fait il y a quelques années? Yes, the Baki program will get revamped. As for the OMA program, maybe. I don't know. If they put out a new season of Kengan, maybe. Will you make a video on Atlas Power Shrug? He introduced me to Turkish get-ups, and I'm thinking of adding them to my program. Well, Atlas is on the list of channels that I want to review eventually on my channel review on the Lift Your Profile series. But I'm waiting for him to not necessarily get bigger because the size of a channel doesn't matter. I've proved it with Baki, but I'm sort of waiting for him to come to a more of a conclusion on his training style. Not to say he doesn't know what he's talking about, but like he's still actively discovering new things. So when there's like more conclusive things for me to include in my video, then I'll do it. Je t'invite dans ma ferme en Roumanie en échange que tu travailles, que tu donnes à manger aux poules. Elles m'aiment pas. A man who is not liked by chicken is not a good man. Nice to see you streaming. Well, streaming is actually pretty fun. I hope you guys are enjoying it as well. The goal is to answer as many questions as possible. What do you think of Roger C. Form's routine? I think he's a Frenchman. I haven't really looked into it. Do novices need to isolate forearms? I think so. Because that way you're not going to be the intermediate who ends up with stick forearms and who has to catch up. You'll have decent-sized forearms. If every single novice trained forearms from day one, no one would think that you need good genetics to have big forearms. Have you read Blue Lock? I think it teaches good things. I haven't read it yet. I don't have a lot of time to read. Unfortunately, I try to read philosophy as much as I can, so I don't have time for manga, unfortunately. I wanted to watch Blue Lock, but since it's about sports, my wife vetoed it. Boo. How many times a day do you do number 2 on a book? I'm serious. Unfortunately, twice, and it's a literal pain in the ass. It's the worst part about bulking. Funny gym stories on the commercial gym. Funny gym stories. Something that I find very, very funny in my commercial gym is, well, there are many things, but like the first one is the fact that there are a lot of new people and novices, which is normal. And it's always interesting to see how afraid they tend to be of regulars and people who are big. Like, I will approach someone just to ask an implement that is next to them, or like tell them, hey, this is free if you want it, because like they asked me earlier. And they look at me like I'm going to like steal their lunch. It's like, the biggest guys here are the most supportive. They're the ones you should go to, because we've been in your shoes. We know what it's like. when I see a new guy in the gym, I'm not thinking like, oh, what a bitch. I'm thinking, oh, great, he's starting his journey. He's going to become a monster. So that's great. And then the other thing that's funny in the gym is to see the pitiful attempts of men trying to hit on women, because when they do it, in their head, it's like, I'm number one. Like, I'm the first person on planet Earth to ever do this. But I'm around the gym all the time, and I know that like the regular girls that come to the gym that look good, they get hit on all the fucking time, and they get hit on the same way every time. It's a guy who starts with small talk, how are you, exchange names, and it's like a list of things that the girl has already went through a million times, and it's like, you are just number 55. This is not going to work. The way to do it is different, but we'll discuss that on the dating Q&A. You said in your farm video you have 6-inch wrists. Can you prove this? Because it seems very unbelievable. I know. It's funny. I would think that people would question my muscle measurements, be like, well, you don't have 18 inches arms, it's impossible, you're a liar, or you don't have 28 inches legs. But no, no one questions this. But what people question is this, because I've said I have 6 inches wrist. Look at the size of my wrist. Do you see how tiny they are? I guess one day I can just take your tape and like show you, but yeah, I have 6 inches wrists. I have baby fucking wrists. And keep in mind that my hands are very small too. Look at the size of my hand compared to my face. So that even puts into perspective the size of my wrist. But that's good, because it means that even with small wrists, you can have big arms. Will your Toji program be on Bootcamp in the future? It helped me a ton. I don't think so, because there's already a Toji program on Bootcamp, and from what I understand, the politic of it is try to not have the same programs twice. Do you think bulking to around 20% body fat is a bad idea? For most people, yeah, because you're just going to get fat for no reason. Steroid cycle for my hamster. The only cycle that the hamster needs is a will. That also goes for humans, by the way. 777 reps 1 week, 877 the next, 885 the next. These are bingo numbers. Should I worry about that last set? In my opinion, no. As long as the top set is good, I think you're good. This might just be like a quack, as we say in French. It might just be like a hiccup in your endurance. And not like, if things go to plan, next week you'll get 9, then 8, then 7. Are you a Gemini? No. My wife is. How do you heal knee pain? I have a video about that on the channel. You can go check out. All right. Let's check to see if there are more questions on coffee, and then we'll do another program review. Boom. Boom. Alors. Perfect. I think there's only one. Holy fuck. Georgian bodybuilder. Favor to ask. Tell Chad that those who study currently and struggle in medical school because it's too hard and they think they can't do lifting and medicine. I've studied for 7 years and currently I'm a licensed dentist and oral surgeon. Okay, so from what I understand, you are someone who's a medical student who wants people who are in med school to still lift despite the fact that they're in med school. Well, you're preaching the core here, but yes, regardless of your circumstances in life, especially someone said dentist isn't a doctor. Of course, someone was going to say that. For dentists. I personally, even in like the midst of the worst winter of my life when I was in grad school and I felt like I had no time, I always made sure to make time for lifting because it made everything else better. It helped with my mental health. It allowed me to focus on my study. It's worth it. Like, do 45 minutes 3 times a week, 2 times a week. Do it at home. Do push-ups at home. You always have something to do. So now, are you doing 2 torso and 1 arm day and 2 legs day? I'm doing upper lower 5 times a week, where I do 2 lowers and 3 uppers Two of the uppers are quote unquote torso days, where I prioritize presses and upper back work. And of course, I do arms still, but the third upper day is an arm day. Gerbo God, should I come back to the gym? I've been debating it, that or calisthenics. It's been 2 years since last time I went and I'm back at baseline weight. Greetings from Spain. Of course, you should go back to the gym. Go back to the gym. If it's what allows you to actually train consistently. GG, I can do 135 pounds for reps on curls and 65 pounds per hand on double extension with good tempo, but I have only 15 inches arms after 3 years. What am I doing wrong? Okay, let's give you some tough love. One of two things might be happening here. One, you're a strength freak. So your size to strength ratios are going to be all completely skewed, or you don't really curl 135. I don't know many people who can curl 135, and every time I see a 135 curl on Instagram, it's a guy who cheats. If you lift your elbows, you're cheating. If your hips do that back and forth thing, you're cheating. If your knees bend, you're cheating. An actual straight 135-pound curl is really, really hard. And unfortunately, social media has completely diminished this accomplishment because people cheat to get it. I would recommend maybe doing something like an incline curl where you focus on not moving the shoulders. I guarantee you're not going to be moving 60 pounds. You're going to be moving 25 pounds. And that is going to actually tap into the bicep. And if you put 20 pounds on that, I guarantee you that your arms are going to grow. Isolation work is a matter of being humble and realizing that you can get a lot from a little because these are very small muscles. Nick Strength and Power did a body weight street curl in competition. That's huge. That's crazy. Do you have any other physique archetypes? Yeah, there's a ton of physique archetypes. You have the spider mode, the dreaded spider mode, as I described. You have the auto mode. You have the hippo mode, which is bear mode that went out of control. You have bear mode. You have frog mode physique. Frog mode physique is usually what happens to natural powerlifters who end up with giant legs and tiny upper bodies. You have lobster mode. Lobster mode is very rare but very funny. It's when people have huge limbs and no torso whatsoever. Very common in prisons, lobster mode. You once mentioned in your videos that regular Smith machine squats are bad. I think you call them D tier. Can you explain what that is? If I said that, I'm an idiot. What I said is that novices should not do squats on the Smith machine and that regular squats are bad on the Smith machine. Meaning if you're going to replicate the technique you would use on a free weight barbell on a Smith, it's going to be bad because you're not actually taking advantage of what the Smith offers. A Smith machine squat should be done with your feet forward and your hips a bit forward as well because you don't have to hip hinge because the machine takes care of that for you. In that case, the Smith machine squat is S tier. Hey, and H, since you're on a bulk, where do you get most of your calories? Carbs. I'm a carbs guy. Do you think places like Spain are not the best to find a family-oriented woman? Depends where you go in Spain, I guess. It's the same everywhere. You can find women who want to start a family everywhere, maybe not in big cities. Merci, on se go. Allez, on va se faire un petit programme là. Program review. But I'm going to listen to my body. Oh my God. Okay, so okay. We're going to do program reviews because a lot of people sent their programs. But first, I'm going to go get a snack because I'm starting to get hungry. And last time I was so excited that I did not get food and I regretted it afterwards because I was ravenous. So I'm going to hide the webcam and I'm going to get a snack and I'll be right back in 0.5 seconds. Ouh. I'm back. Enlever 5 secondes. Hop. Oh. Allez. J'ai trop faim. It's crazy. If you grab a snack, make sure you let me know what you're grabbing and make sure it is homemade. Oh. Mm-hmm. Thoughts on the Zocho deadlift? I think it puts you in a position that replicates a lot of positions you get in certain sports that don't really exist in other movements. So good in that case. Outside of that, it's an odd lift, and a lot of odd lifts are odd for a reason. Tuna melts with a wholemeal pita. Yeah, I can get behind that. Pullovers crush my triceps and don't hit lats. I would surmise that you have long arms, and so your leverages are not good for the movement, in which case I recommend doing your pullovers with more of a bent elbow and maybe with a bar, like an easy bar. Deadlifts on exo bars. I suppose an exo bar is a trap bar. Useful for quads? No. Look at the amount of knee bend and also take into account that there is no negative or the quad are under tension, and you will discover that it's a garbage movement for the quads. Serais-je musclé, papa? Oui. Si tu manges tes repas et que tu fais la musculation. Hurt my back with RDL. Should I still do them? What happened, Benjamin? How did you hurt your back? Was it a freak accident? Did you push too much? Was your form good? Did you check your form? Do you think weighted dips and pull-ups are slept on? Yes. Yes, big time, especially for hypertrophy. I keep seeing a lot of people who make excuses for dips being bad. That's bullshit. Tu devais faire une sèche, tu commences à compter tes calories ou toujours pas? Yes. If I were to cut, I would count calories. Because I would be way too tempted to just eat after my natural appetite, and we know how that goes. You mentioned in some old video you played Dofus. What class did you play? Xelor. I played le mage. Alors, in a sense, me not having the mic is a blessing for you because you would hear me like smack on the mic and shit. I'm eating oatmeal, like overnight oats with peanut butter and cocoa powder. All right, we're going to review the program sent by Spoods, which is an interesting name. Sounds like a dog name, Spoods. Up, and I'm going to put it in the chat for you guys. Are there some vegans in the chat? Who's vegan? Are you having some vegan snacks? Technically, what I'm eating right now is vegan. Yeah. That's cool. That's cool. Voilà. If you absolutely want to follow the program, which I understand, you can just like go back and look at the days. Okay, so we're going to review the program by Spood, who says sub NH helps you doing well, currently biasing upper body in my training. That's why there's one lower day a week. Beautiful. always make sure you let me know of such details. That way I don't like go on a rant about you being a leg skipper. If you tell me, hey, I have massive legs and I have to buy a super body, that's perfectly fine. We start with weighted dips, 3 sets of 5 to 8. Okay, again, upper range of what I would recommend for weighted dips, but that's good. Plus wide grip pull-ups. So dips, pull-ups. This is the equivalent of like mixing chocolate with like melted caramel. It's the two best things put together. As a little glutton, I will always want to separate the two because they're so good that I want to be able to put my full attention to each. So I always put them in different sets. But if you can make it work, make it work. I just wonder, oh, maybe it's because, okay, they're wide grip pull-ups. So you're not weighting them because they're very difficult, in which case it makes a lot of sense. Then incline bench press, 3 sets of 8 to 12. So weighted dips are more for chest, so you get some shoulders, and an incline bench is going to be really focused on shoulders, much more than people think. So that's okay. And dumbbell rows, all right? A press and a push and a pull. Beautiful. Then French press for the triceps and incline curls. This is what I call, it's like, it's a perfect recipe to make your arms explode, right? Isolation for the triceps and the biceps, you're going to get the best pump you've ever had. You're going to feel good. Great. Then real adult skier, 2 sets of 15 to 20 plus obliques, 2 sets as many reps as possible. Okay, so you finish your shoulders and then you get some abs. Nothing to say about that. Lower heel elevated squats, 3 sets of 6 to 10. Deadlifts, 1 set of 3 to 5. Perfect. But then I see RDLs and I'm questioning it. I'm questioning it because you're going to go to failure, I suppose, on your deadlifts. Then you're going to do RDLs. So you're for sure going to damage your performance. Why not do a rotation? 1 week you do deadlift, 1 week you do RDLs. 2 sets of 6 to 10 is a great rep range, but not after heavy deadlifts and neck curls, and then you do barbell wrist curls and abs. All right, that's good. Just like make that modification, please. And then you can, and then upper 2 is bench press, 3 sets of 5 to 8. Okay, weighted chin-ups. So you do unweighted pull-ups on upper 1, and then you do on upper 2 weighted chin-ups. 3 sets of 5 to 8. Always be careful on weighted chin-ups because there's always an associated risk of tearing your bicep, which is why on the long list of pull-up types, the one that is the most risky, quote unquote, is the weighted chin-up. Why can I not donate to the stream? Because it's monetization is not on the channel. If you want to donate, you click on the pinned comment. It's the coffee page. Then dips. Okay, so you really like your dips, but you do weighted dips on upper 1 and unweighted on upper 2. I'm honestly not a fan of that. Instead, I would recommend replacing it with another movement that is similar to a dip, but is not a dip. Because the issue with dips is that they tend to be really taxing when it comes to like overuse injuries over time. So doing them 2 times a week, especially when one of the sessions is not going to be conducive to progression, this one in particular, I don't see the point. Then behind the neck press, 3 sets of 6 to 10, plus barbell rows, 3 sets of 6 to 10, okay. Tricep extensions, 3 sets of 8 to 12, cable curls, likewise, cable lateral raises, okay. So we spoke about that previously. Tricep, bicep, shoulders in a giant set, makes a lot of sense. And then you do the same thing, real adult skiers and obliques. Why obliques again? And why the same sets? I mean, you can justify it by saying you want more real adults, but why no variation? Honestly, on upper 2, I would straight up not do the weighted chin-ups and dips. I would get rid of that and superset the bench press with a different type of horizontal pull. And maybe you can do your weighted chin-ups. Yeah, or you can even do your weighted chin-ups after the bench press. But yeah, the dips, I would recommend just removing them. And then you do arms, GM press, 3 sets of 6 to 10, pinwheel curls, 3 sets of 8 to 12, skull crushers, 3 sets of 6 to 10, easy bar curls, 3 sets of 6 to 10, neck curls, lateral raises, 3 sets of 10 to 15, abs, pullovers and wrist curls, so that triceps, biceps forearms, triceps again. GM press and skull crushers on the same day, I don't like. I think it's redundant. Easy bar curl, so that's another movement for the bicep, but slightly different, we would say, because less forearms. Lateral raises, okay, and pullovers. On that day, yeah, what I would recommend is like remove that extra tricep movement. I don't think you need it. And that's sort of like what colors your programs put you have a tendency to overdo it. And I can guarantee you that if you remove that extra volume, I know it's counterintuitive. I know many people tell you more volume equals more gains, but in this case, you might very well find that your performance is going to improve on every movement. Your progressive overload is going to speed up on every movement. You're going to feel more recovered. You're going to be more able to express intensity on every movement. And it's going to be overall just a net gain, less energy expended and better gains at the end of the day. So that is a good program, and it's a good example on when to cut back on volume, knowing also that there's a spectrum, and I'm not talking about the Pokemon here, of volume aficionados on YouTube Fitness. You have the HIT crew and the cult who say no volume at all, and then you have the people who think that more volume, like 20 sets, 18 sets is always better. I'm more on that side of the spectrum. I'm closer to the HIT than I am to the high volume. So always keep that in mind because it colors my ability to give you advice. Thoughts on a sub-maximal calisthenics routine alongside a proper lifting routine will help active recovery and make me grow stronger, or will I just burn out if lifting heavy? It highly depends what you mean by calisthenics routine. If you mean like a few pull-ups here and there, I don't think it's going to damage anything. If you mean training for a muscle up or for a planche, then yeah, because that takes a lot of time. Someone said, didn't he completely I almost choked. Also, I'm speaking with my mouth full, I'm sorry. Someone said, didn't he neglect calves? Yes, but he introduced the message by saying that he is actively focusing on upper body. So I'm supposing that he has massive calves. EDY, who says, how do I manage my training when I do landscaping? You mean landscaping? Well, you're a blue-collar worker, meaning that you want to do intense work as infrequently as possible with as little volume as possible, because you already spent 8 hours a day getting volume in. Benjamin Begush, who follows up on the RDLs, thank you. In context with the RDLs, I believe I am not mobile enough. I feel the movement in the lower back. Okay, so it's typical. That's why you got injured. Here's what I recommend. Get better at hyperextensions and potentially get better at dumbbell RDLs before you start doing the barbell variation, because dumbbell RDLs allow you to really, really push your butt back and fill your hamstrings more. It's harder to recruit your lower back. So do that, and I think you should be better and remain injury-free. Lovely Cup of Tea, who is a very regular viewer of the channel, is 2 3-hour sessions with 18 exercises, more than half of them being isolation, a bad thing. I do have 3 days of rest afterwards, and all of the exercises have just 1 2 sets each. Rarely it is 3 sets. So in this case, I would really want to take a look at your program directly. I know you are a coffee member, so you can just send me a message. We won't do it today because we won't have time. I want to get to the other programs. But at first glance, I would say maybe, yeah, there's a chance that there's a lot of junk volume in there. Like, just again, not looking at the program, just saying. And it's full body. Okay, so full body it's a different beast. It's a different beast. The other thing that it's okay. The issue with full body being, of course, that it makes it very difficult to do a lot of isolation work. Weavy, who has a Naruto profile pic, so I know he's a real one. How do you deal with Mr. Know-it-all in the gym? How do you deal with them? You can nicely tell them, hey, I appreciate you trying to help me, but I have a coach. You know, it's sort of like it's the strategy that women use when they want to be left alone, but the guy doesn't want to take no as an answer. They say, oh, but I have a husband. AKA, I have someone who's more competent than you, who is like leading the entire thing, so fuck off. I have a coach. I'm being coached by a professional couch. Leave me alone. Filippo Barbato. Are obliques an underrated muscle, and what's the best way to train them? Yes, they're underrated because fitness YouTubers, especially bodybuilders, have fear-mongered oblique training for years and years and years, saying it was going to make your waist blocky. That's bullshit. It's not going to do that. If you have a blocky waist, you have a blocky waist. What you want, if you want to train them effectively, is you want to find a way to flex the spine effectively without having anything else interfere. So side twists are great, Russian twists are great. Getting yourself on the hyperextension bench and bending your spine while holding your weight on the other side is great. Suitcase deadlifts, when you have to resist the rotation of the spine, is great. All methods work. J'avais vu un message intéressant. Dimitris Pavlou. I've been training for a year, but I don't look like it, which I think is perfectly normal, by the way. It's normal to not look like you lift after a year. It took me like 3-4 years to look like I lifted weights. And you say you fix your program and diet and you started improving again. No, I finally see the new begins. See? Hallelujah. But don't let social media color your enjoyment of your progress. It's normal to not turn into the Hulk after a year. How many programs do I have to review? A lot. And I really want to get to them. But please, we are like, I'm going to actually click on the programs. And if you submitted the program afterwards, we're going to have to like put it in the back pocket and do it later. Because we only have 3 hours, quote unquote. How many exercises is too much for an upper day? 10 plus. If it's like a pure upper day, let's run through our checklist. So we have shoulders. You can do 1 to 2 exercises. We have chest. So that's already at least 4 exercises. You have tricep, at least 1 for isolation, 5. Bicep, at least 1, 6. Real delt, 7. Traps, 8. Upper back in general, at least 2 exercises, 10. So we're already at your threshold. So no, 10 exercises for an upper day is not too much, in my opinion. But it depends also on how frequently you train, because not every single upper day needs to be every single muscles of the upper body. My upper days are, if I train at the gym, 6 exercises. But I do upper bodies 3 times a week. And then it also depends on how many sets you do per exercises. You understand that it's not a black and white answer. Puyan Bamai. Hey, bro. Oh, what is going on with the cam? Hey, bro. Wow. Okay. So the cam decided to just. Bonjour. S'il vous plaît, madame. What the fuck? All right. Well, this is it. Seriously? Come on. Come on. Why? Mais c'est une blague. Mais. What the fuck? I don't understand why it's doing that. Non, mais c'est trop grave. Ah bah voilà. Is the stream going to be available afterwards? Yes. The audio is going to be garbage, though. I apologize. I'll make sure that the mic works next time. I have an old guy in the gym giving advice all the time. He says to shock the muscle of the workout to make it grow. Boomers in the gym are just a plague on this nation, in this world. It's just, they always say the same thing too, like, oh, I used to squat 700 pounds. Oh yeah? You have proof of this, old man? I don't fucking buy it. It's funny, every single old dude I meet at the gym used to bench 500 pounds. There is a boomer in the gym who got disappointed in me when I said the word hypertrophy. Yeah. This entire like strength coping and hypertrophy is bad and vain. It comes from this generation of old thoughts, and they pushed it on the new generation. Notice how it's always dudes who look like shit? Something to keep in mind. What's your response to arguments that say all exercise is inherently taxing for the body, therefore all exercises ages you? Well, with that mindset, might as well not even live, because everything you do uses your body. You have a body, might as well use it, and training is the best way to be able to use it for a long time. You know, there's no serious scientific studies that has proven that exercise makes you die faster. Just recently, I saw an article saying, oh, if you're Caucasian and you train, you have 2 times more chance of heart attack. And then I read the study, and the study was like, it was not even bad. Saying it was bad is like, it's too little. It was bogus, like complete bogus. And the journalist that decided to publish that should be fired because they clearly didn't take the time to read it. Exercise has been proven to be the fountain of youth. It is what promotes a long, healthy life. And I don't even have to read fucking studies. I just have to look at life. Every single person I know who started to break down in their 60s or 70s are people who are sedentary. Every person that I know who are in their 80s, 90s, who are still physically active and sharp, mentally sharp and happy, are people who have been toiling their entire life. Happy. The body hosts the spirit and the soul. Allow your body to break down and look what happens to your spirit. Okay, Puyan Bamai, sorry, it became blur. Thank you for posting again. Hey, bro. So you are 190 centimeters, which is 6 feet 4, about 15% body fat. Should I bulk or do a long maintain phase? You're 81 kilograms, which is give or take 180, I think 175, 180. I think you should slow bulk. Maybe you don't look the best right now and you're a bit fat, but there's no point in cutting. You're way too tall for that. Alex May. Can you train the back on consecutive days if you bias different parts on each day? Yes, absolutely. But understand that some things overlap. So if you do a heavy dumbbell row for the traps, and then you're going to do something like, for example, for the lats the next day, sure, it's not technically the same body part, but it might be through the same patterns. Okay, I'm going to put that down. Ooh, let's stretch a little bit. Oh. 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 Ro Muay Thai, tu as quelle formation professionnelle? Tu as fait de la psycho, de la socio? Yes. I did both, but I have my formation is all over the place. Because I got stuff like I have accreditations in tech, I have diplomas in like literature. Alors, hop, coffee. Et on va review le programme de Pinky. Very cute. Pinky. Hop, copy pasting Pinky in here. Hop, 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 hop. Welcome back, Carlos. Yeah. If you post on the chat and I don't, what have I done? Oh. And I don't answer, I apologize. I'm not ignoring you. It's just that many people are posting. Ah, je fais une bêtise encore. I think there's a UFC match tonight. Who's gonna watch it? Ah, complexe. Hop, c'est bon, tout est posté. On va voir le programme de Pinky. We're going to review Pinky's program. So Pinky, if you're here, it's your time to shine. Alors, Pinky, who says, I'd like to get my program checked. I do martial arts on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Very important, if you send me a program to review, make sure you also include the other physical activities that you do. The focus is clear on upper body and currently very much on upper back and triceps. Okay. If you say martial arts, also let me know which martial arts so that I know. Because, for example, if you tell me I do Muay Thai, well, I'm going to keep an eye on shoulder volume. And I'm not going to get on your case if you don't do many heavy horizontal presses. You know, it all depends on what you're training for. So here's the program. Monday upper body, trap bar deadlift, 3 sets of 6 to 8. The trap bar deadlift, for someone who is not interested in pure hypertrophy or pure strength, is a perfectly valid option because it's easier to learn and it's easier on the lower back. On top of that, someone who has been trained for like Muay Thai, for example, is going to try and train to be as vertical as possible. So a movement that forces you to stay vertical is good. Plus Smith seated overhead press, okay. That's an interesting superset to put in place in the gym, but if you manage to do it, great. The rep ranges are good. Then wide grip cable row, 3 sets of 8 to 12 plus GM press. Okay, good. Upper back and then triceps, as he said, or she said. It's the focus. Then hammer strength lying chest press, so for chest plus hammer strength crunch machine. So if you train in a commercial gym, you are like me and you're the type of person who takes 2 machines at once. Yeah, it trains you to be more alpha, you know. Then incline curls, 3 sets of 6 to 10, and dumbbell screw crushers, 3 sets of 12 to 16. So this is like a complete day because you have a heavy pull, then you do overhead press, you do some upper back isolation, you do some triceps, you do some chest, you do some crunches. Like this is like, it's a full body day. Like that's full body training right there, which is fine. So that's your Monday. Then on Tuesday you train. I would say personally that it's a lot of volume for someone who is going to train martial arts the next day. That being said, if you've been able to make it work, be my guest, make it work. Then Wednesday and Thursday is more martial arts training, and then you go back on Friday into the gym. So now we can go hard, right? Because this is where you can put most of your volume because you're not going to train martial arts again for this week. So dips weighted, 3 sets of 5 to 8. Okay, great. But you guys seem to love the 5 to 8 rep range for dips, which is good. Neutral pull-ups weighted, 3 sets of 6 to 8. Great. Again, you're mixing dips and pull-ups. I think they're separated. Okay, they're separated. Then incline hammer strength chest press, 3 sets of 8 to 12. But this time it's incline. So it's not the same. So it's a variation. Good. It's different than Monday. Plus leg raises. Then preacher curls, 3 sets of 5 to 10. 5 rep minimum is a bit low in my opinion for preacher curl unless you're sandbagging. I would say 6 to 10 minimum, and I would always prefer 6 to 12 to give yourself that cushion at the top of the rep range to prepare for when you go back to 6. It's a risky lift, especially if you do full range of motion. Then dumbbell pullover, 3 sets of 8 to 12. Cable lateral raises, 3 sets of 10 to 15. I have no idea if these are supersetted because it's not written in it. I hope you do supersets because that is long time in the gym. Then dumbbell scroll crushers, 2 sets of 12 to 16. That's the weirdest rep range I've ever seen. Why 12 to 16? You could do like a 8 to 12. That would be much more intense. I don't know, maybe it's because you only do 2 sets. And then Saturday, lower body, snatch, grip, Romanian deadlift, excellent movement, lots of range of motion, plus leg raises. Okay, supersetting a heavy lower body compound movement with abs is not a great idea if you want to progress on your ab movement. But here you're doing AMRAPs, so maybe you don't care about that, but just something to keep in mind. Then some belt squats, 4 sets of 8 to 10, a little bit low on the rep range. I would say maybe 10 to 15 would be better. Then trap row hammer strength, chest supported, 4 sets of 6 to 10. Okay, it's funny. I don't know if you're noticing, but you have a tendency to do a lot of reps for movements that I think should be done with more intensity, and you have a tendency to do low reps on movements that I think benefit more from more reps, if that makes sense. So that might just be a preference, and you don't have to change that. Then hip thrust, 3 sets of 10 to 15, perfect. Power shrugs, 3 sets of 8 to 12, and reverse curls, 3 sets of 8 to 12. So clearly, the first issue I see is that your programs are a laundry list of exercises. I do not know what your recovery capacity is like, but to be able to do 3 times a week martial arts training plus 3 times a week sessions with that much volume in the gym, you're either constantly burnt out, under recovered, or your recovery ability is unlike anything I've ever heard. I would say maybe try to do a little bit less. Take away a set here and there, take away an exercise here and there, lower your rep ranges when you can, and see if it doesn't help. Because it's going to, it depends what you want, but like if your goal is to get better at the martial arts you're training, maybe this is not going to be conducive to it. It seems like you're trying to chase 2 rabbits and you're going to catch neither. Like that's just my opinion and my vibe based on the program. Yeah, someone says that someone who does martial arts never do more than 2 sets on compounds. I would agree because martial arts are very taxing. Will you ever make My Hero Academia video? No, because I'm not a fan of My Hero. It's a bit juvenile in my opinion. MG says, The Unique and Its Property by Max Steiner. I wanted to read Steiner, but people keep recommending The Ego and Its Own. Which one do you think is the better one? Herencia Madre, what can we send programs for reviews? You cannot. It's closed for the day, but we'll reopen it in a month. Don't worry about it. Raz, will you ever make a program for women? I already did. You look up my novice program for women on YouTube, you'll find it. Okay, Bootbud says it's the same book, just a different translation. Thank you. John Murray, I have a natural V taper. Fuck you. And I want to grow arms and legs as main hypertrophy focus. Workouts program, cut it. I would say do the man, I forgot his name, Zod program. Yes. How is married life? Excellent. Does your wife train? Yes. Did you manage to improve your pull-ups asymmetry? The OG on the channel knows that I used to have an asymmetry. Yes. How far can you realistically go with dumbbells only? If you literally just have dumbbells, you're going to be very limited. Your legs are going to suffer eventually. And even your ability to isolate certain muscles like the triceps. I used to think, oh yeah, dumbbells for triceps is great. Then I got access to cables and I was like, oh, I'm an idiot. Which is a good alternative to Y raises. I want to train my lower traps, but cannot fill them with Y raises. It depends how you do Y raises. Are you doing them on a bench with dumbbells, or are you doing them on a cable station? Can you do muscle ups? No. No. Tominati, I'm about to go work at a university in an office environment. Any tips for surviving in a white-collar uni environment? I have many tips. One, never, ever reveal your true opinions, especially your political opinions, regardless of what they are. Keep that shit to yourself. Put on a mask as much as possible. Try and figure out what people want to hear. Keep in mind that if you work at the university, academia is about looking busy and looking like you're working, not actually working. So make sure that people, especially the people who are above you, see you busy. That's important. And yeah, keep un jardin secret, a secret garden on the side where you don't mix in people from the university to keep your sanity. What is your opinion on working out full body back to back on consecutive days, Saturday, Sunday, and Wednesday? Bad idea. Back to full body workouts are best indicated for people who want to train 2 or 3 times a week with a lot of time in between. What's today's streams about? It's in the title, no? I think it's the title. It's just fitness. I'm answering all fitness questions. And next week it will be all self-improvement questions. And then next week after that, it will be all dating questions. And then we'll just cycle back. And H, why do you superset tricep extensions and presses? I personally believe that's a bad idea. You're right. Which is the reason why you will only see that superset in my old programs. I no longer believe in that. Are good mornings after high bar squats redundant? Depends on your form on high bar squats. Many people, good morning, the high bar squats. So yes, it's redundant. But if you do it properly, no. Is LDL performance going to be worse if back was hit the day before? I haven't found that to be true, which is also the reason why I don't subscribe to the idea that LDLs are good for lats, for example, because I can train lats to failure and kill them on a Tuesday and then do heavy LDLs on a Wednesday and my performance is not damaged. Next video release when? Tuesday, Wednesday of next week. Tu manges quoi? What do you eat? I'm eating oats. Are pullovers a good substitute? Wow. Chill. Are pullovers a good substitute to pull-ups? No. We're streaming for 1 more hour, my German friend. Who will win between a Sammy sausage head versus a DL versus a pencil neck versus someone who has polio? They're the same person. What is the point of doing rows when you already deadlift? Because deadlift is not an upper body movement. It's not an upper back movement, sorry. Technically, it's not a fucking upper body movement either. It's a lower body movement. How to get arms like the sound Ashira? First and foremost, you have to get an RM of 4 beautiful women, and you have to train as a shinobi for years, and then you have massive arms. Opinion on weighted dips that are excellent. Shane asks, what is the best alternative to pull-ups if you're at home or something? You buy a pull-up bar. Alex made you ever do tricep pushdowns? Is it redundant when over tricep exercises also do raise? Well, I do tricep pushdowns, but I do them with cuffs. Because I've always felt that the issue with tricep pushdown is that it becomes a game of being able to be on top of the implement, to be able to press down. It's like a weird balance issue that I don't like. So I use cuffs so I don't have to actually care about that. Holy shit, I just saw the thumbnail of the stream. Those are quite some knock jugs. Yes. TDs. Why are weighted chin-ups risky? Because you are putting your hands in a supinated position. And so if you overextend at the bottom with weight added to your body, you risk tearing a tendon. And this is something that is not just like, oh, if you're a noob, it's something that has happened to very high-level calisthenic athletes. And maybe for them it's okay because that's their sport, but you're a bodybuilder. Why risk a tear? Especially a bicep tear that is going to damage the aesthetics of your biceps long-term. Then I won't even talk about the cost of surgery if you're in the US. Allez, hop, on va faire un autre programme review là. Ça suffit. Et on va review le programme de ACAD. Et je vais le mettre dans le chat. All right, so I'm going to place that in the chat for you guys. Up, up, up. Please do not send more programs, please. Because I won't be able to get to them. And that would make me very sad because it would feel like you've been scammed. If you have sent a program and I can get to it, of course I will in the future, but just not today. Les enfants, demain, je vais me reposer. Mais je vais me reposer. Je vais prendre le soleil toute la journée. Je vais faire que ça. Je vais me dorer la pilule. Hop. Et le dernier. Hop, voilà. I'm 6'5", 230 pounds. Damn. Ok. C'est parti. Nous reviewons le programme de ACAD. Hey man, checking the stream now. Could you review my program? It's developed over almost a couple of years from the GODS program, which is something I always encourage you guys to do. Take one of my program and modify it with time, and one day you wake up and it's your own program. Mondays, chest, shoulders, triceps, upper back, neck, and abs. Start with incline dumbbell press, 3 to 4 sets of 8, okay? Or supine press, 3 to 6 to 10, plus leg raises, 3 sets, as many reps as possible. I keep saying as many reps as possible. As many reps as possible is good, but eventually you really want to start waiting and picking a rep range to be able to progress on it. Then pullovers, 3 to 4 sets of 6 to 10 plus neck curls, okay? Then skull crushers, 3 sets of 6 to 10, or tricep pushdowns, 3 sets of 6 to 10 plus upright rows, all right? And then machine overhead press. So based on this, you start with an incline dumbbell press that is for shoulders, all right? Then you're going to do some upright rows that is for shoulders, and you're going to end with a machine overhead press. I guarantee you that whatever weight you're going to use on that machine overhead press is not going to actually align with your ability to truly put weight on an exercise if you're fresh. So I would say, don't do that. I think that last line of the program is probably not needed. The hammer curls are needed, but you can place them somewhere else. Maybe after the pullovers. That way you have 3 giant sets. That to me is junk volume on that day. Then Tuesday, upper back, lats, traps, biceps, and abs. Let's see if it is redundant with the first day. Well, what could be redundant is the hammer curls, but it should be okay because you only did 3 sets. So pull-ups, 3 sets of as many reps as possible. I suppose it's because you cannot do 10 clean pull-ups. Then sit-ups, 3 sets as many reps as possible, okay? Posed barbell rows. I'm not quite sure why you would do a posed barbell row. Maybe because that way you get the stretch at the bottom, but that to me is going to be, in a sense, dampened by the fact that you have to balance yourself with your lower back and your hamstrings. And then do lateral raises, 3 sets of 10 to 15. Okay. Then easy bar bicep curls, 3 sets of 6 to 10, and French press. All right. Biceps and triceps, good rep ranges too. Then forearm curls, 3 sets of 10 to 15, and tricep push downs. Okay. So more bicep and tricep, but a different head. That's a lot of isolation, but all right. I think that the day should be a bicep tricep day because you're focusing much more on these areas than you ever do on the upper back. And when it comes to like your ability, the ability of the muscle to handle it, because the back is a large muscle group. Pull-ups and barbell rows for the back is much less than easy bar bicep curls, forearm curls, tricep push downs, and French press for the small muscles of the arm. And then face pulls, 3 sets of 10 to 15. All right. For Thursday, you do upper arms, biceps, triceps, chest, and abs. Machine row, 3 sets of 8 to 12. That's okay. Close grip dumbbell press. How does one do close grip dumbbell press? Are we talking about this? If we're talking about this, please don't do that. I don't know, maybe you do this. I'm not quite sure like what it would take. And then you do hammer curls, okay, again. So you do hammer curls twice a week, which is okay. It's not the type of movement that would create any of those injuries. Then leg raises again. There is a chance that the reason why I see so many leg raises is because my old programs tend to implement a lot of it. Please refer to the ab tier list I made last year. I gave you a ton of new options for abs. All right, leg raises are good, but there are better alternatives out there, especially if you're going to do it several times a week. And after that, so that was that. And after that, you do skull crushers, 3 sets of 10 to 15, seated bicep curls, 3 sets of 6 to 10, which is a bit low, and then neck curls and seated overhead press, 3 sets of 8 to 12, and dumbbell wrist curls. So I'm a little bit confused because the name of the days scarcely reflect what I find in the days. Because here you tell me you're going to train chest. The one exercise I have for chest is a close grip dumbbell press. And I see seated overhead press, which is a shoulder movement, but it's not in the split. That's a little bit weird. And then on Saturday, you do legs, lower back, calves, and abs, squats 5x5, which is not a great rep range for hypertrophy. Then deadlift, 3 sets of 6 to 10. Okay. Seated calf raises, 3 sets of 10 to 15. Okay. And then French press again. So you did skull crushers on Thursday. You're doing tricep push down and French presses on Tuesday. You do skull crushers and tricep and all tricep push downs on Monday. I think you're doing too much for triceps, man. You need to give your triceps some space. I don't know if it's because they're trying to catch up, but that is not the way. The only thing you're doing is you're going to keep them fatigued and are never going to fully recover, and you're not going to gain the size and performance that you're seeking. Then you do bench shrugs, whatever that is, and sit-ups. Maybe remove that line entirely from your program. Yeah. That is that. Overall, not a bad program, just a confusing one that I think could really, really benefit from some streamlining, my friend Akkad. It is funny because last week I told you guys, oh yeah, like I could stream for hours. I was cooked. after the stream. I was literally in a chair like this for an hour with a book on my lap that I never opened. And I think it's going to be the same thing today because it's really fucking taxing. But it's fun. And I know that I can help a lot of you guys in a very small amount of time. And time for me is of the essence. It's not even energy. It's literally like there's not enough hours in the day. Papa Smurf, how to deal with loss of love for lifting. I trained for 5 years, achieved a good physique, with my workout starts to feel boring. I'm not hyped for training and I start to look into other sports. You know, starting a new sport is not evil. You get to branch out. A lot of natural bodybuilders eventually branch out because they cannot just keep fucking doing that shit, just like pure hypertrophy training or pure strength training. Eventually it becomes boring. So maybe go and try a new sport. It might reignite your love for lifting. And also, please make sure that you only do movements that you enjoy. That's I think it's the biggest part as to why I still love lifting it, because I don't have time for things I don't like. Will you train today? Yes, I have suitcase deadlifts tonight. I do 3 sets of 3, and I'm like, I think I'm using like 300 pounds ish. I'm very new at the movement, so I'm still trying to figure out. I'm very weak at it. And then I'm going to do some reverse lunges with like 230 or 40 pounds. And then I'm going to do some calves and some neck, and I'm going to call it a day. But it's lower body day today. That's why I'm eating. So good. Wow. That's crazy. They're a little bit tart. Wow. Gabrielle, who asks, hey man, I got injured for 4-6 weeks during a bulk, and now I'm kind of fat and injured. Should I do a mini cut? Yes, you should stop bulking. Bulking feeds your performance in the gym and you're not training. So stop eating. Even PD users know that. When PD users get injured, they get off cycle because they know there's no point in staying on drugs because they can't train. Pedro le chef. Pedro, we are doing the program reviews, but we're doing them through coffee. I know you're on coffee already, but we are maxed out for the day, quote unquote. So if you want your program reviewed, you'll have to wait next month. We'll do another Q&A and we'll do that again. Lovely cup of tea. Is there any point in adding calories if I'm still progressing? No. What is the point of calories? It's just your progression and to put on muscle. You're doing that without extra calories, so without extra fat. Why would you eat more? It's literally completely useless. I'm 6 feet, 200 pounds, 25% body fat. Should I do a long recomp or cut and then bulk? I don't want to become too small weak. It depends what your goal is. Are you training for strength? Or are you training for hypertrophy? Do you like what you see in the mirror? If you do, fuck it. Stay at your body weight and just train. But if you don't like it and it impairs your mental health, do a cut and then bulk. Is a 200 calorie surplus enough? Yeah. Because for a lot of people, that's like 10%. Now, cuties, Clementine. Thoughts on training fasted? I don't see the point. I don't believe in all of the bullshit around like blood sugar or whatever. What I do know is that training fasted is going to damage your performance. I know that some people say it doesn't. For me, it clearly does because my body has no fuel. So I never train fasted. And actually, I'm never fasted. The first thing I do when I wake up is I'm trying to get calories into my body as fast as possible. Because I know even for my job that like if I don't have quick sugar or carbs quickly, I'm not efficient at my job. I'm just like a zombie in front of my computer. Smith Machine Struggle says, favorite Frenchman? That's not hard. What other Frenchman are you going to like? I win by default. John, how do we combine kickboxing 2 times per week and bodybuilding? I would recommend doing your weightlifting sessions the day after you train for kickboxing and do as little sets as possible. Thank you for the person in the chat that gave me that little trick. Do you listen to Linkin Park? Thoughts on them coming back? I do. I love Linkin Park. I still train to AMVs, like Dragon Ball Z AMVs with Linkin Park music. As for them coming back, I don't know. I don't really listen to new music. I listen to shit I used to listen to when I was a teenager. Do you ever train with friends? No. One, because you need friends to train with friends. And two, because I like to train alone. I don't like being bothered, which is also one of the few reasons that prevents me from collabing with other people. I think it would be fun to train with someone else, but I also know that I wouldn't really be myself because that's not how I train. Do you like kebab? Who doesn't like kebab? Do you think music can become a stimulant addiction? Yes. It's possible to become a music addict where you cannot, wow, that was disgusting, where you cannot exist without a back track to your life. And that's a sign to me that you are uncomfortable with your own thoughts. You don't like being left in silence. Matisse, the coffee link is the pinned comment. You can click on it directly. Fly to China and train with GVS. I would be way too fucking afraid of saying something that gets me arrested in China. Lovely cup of tea. I'm curious, do you also get fairly distraught when your routine gets interrupted? And if so, how long did it take for you to fully embrace change? Yes. I used to be hyper rigid, and any disruption to my routine made me not just mad, but it put me in a rut where I was paralyzed. And that's a weakness because you cannot control life. Life doesn't give a fuck about your structure and your routine. Eventually, it's going to be challenged, especially if you start a family. So I had to train myself. And I give credit to my wife, who really encouraged me and challenged me to become more flexible and to adapt to certain changes that are outside of my control. I'm still not great with that. I still don't enjoy it. But now I'm able to actually cope with it better. Should you give up overly negative friends? You should give up anyone in your life that is not a net positive. Because fuck that. Like, life is hard enough without people who pull you down. Your friends should be encouraging you. They should be your support system. That also goes for your family. I know people who put up with family members who mistreat them. For me, family member or not, you can be my mother. If you're not treating me the way I want to be treated, you're out. I don't have time for that shit. The man with the beard. In your novice program, Monday, you said to do a dumbbell row. Do you mean a lat focus row or an upper back focus row, like an inclined dumbbell row? You already asked that question in a comment and I answered. Whichever you like. Tominati, when I send you my program, it will be in a spreadsheet. It's very easy to read. It should be okay. We'll see. Every now and then, NH reminds us that he's still a millennial. Yes. I cannot transcend my generation, unfortunately. Am I a millennial? I think I'm at like the very end of millennial and the start of the gen after millennial. I don't even remember the name. Who in the fitness industry has the ideal physique in your opinion? That's a wide question. The ideal physique. My favorite physique of all fitness influencers right now is Baki, the French guy I made a video about, just because he has the type of physique that I like. He has like massive, oversized quads. He has very developed arms. He has like a perfect six-pack. He has a huge yoke. And he's not even a bodybuilder. No problem, man, with the beard. I understand that YouTube is garbage. Like, when I started the stream, just like last time, the stream started without me even being able to like put a thumbnail or anything. Workout recommendations for needs. You want to do diamond push-ups in your room in like, I don't know, in between games of League of Legends or whatever. You want to do some split squats. You want to do some crutches by putting your feet underneath whatever you have in your room that can support you. If you do it underneath something like a closet, please make sure it doesn't tip on you. I don't want to be responsible for someone finding you in 2 weeks. Do you eat anything during your workouts? No, because I suffer from what I call gloob gloob, which is the fact that if I eat or drink anything too substantial during a workout, my stomach goes gloob gloob, and it fucks me up. I don't know. I hate it. Edie, salut. What's your take on switching from an hypertrophy to the strength rep range to break plateaus on the bench? To me, what you're describing is an intensity variable principle that is perfectly accessible for hypertrophy trainers too. You don't have to switch to strength. There's no such thing as a strength rep range, at least not if you're not in that sense, right? If you do 1 rep max and you do a lot of methodology around that, yes. Long story short, it's a good idea. Just make sure you do it properly and not too often, because it can be very tempting to do it often to break plateaus, and then you realize that you actually are you're just spinning your wheels. Okay, I'm finishing this QD. And then we're going to do a new program. Will you change anything about you're not going to make it black pill video? And you still live by everything you said in that video today? Yes. Because even though I believe in positivity and that everyone can change, I think that a lot of people, the only way for them to change is to be kicked in the butt and to be reminded that at the end of the day, a lot of that is your responsibility. No one is going to take you by the hand. And it's something that I'm going to keep saying when we do the self-improvement Q&A next week, that regardless of how much good advice you receive, if you don't apply it, it's for nothing. You might as well not even fucking be here. It's the same for you guys on this channel. If you're asking me questions about what is this and what is that and what is the best movement, if you don't do the movement, what is the point of even asking? Okay. We're going to do another program review, and we're going to review Abai. Never mind. Abai has actually a question, then we'll go back to the questions. Abai asks, is hypertrophy just avoiding performing exercises with a good fatigue/gain ratio? And if so, aside from experienced lifters, how can you determine what is a good fatigue/gain ratio? My entire channel is about hypertrophy. It's about what is hypertrophy. And it's a question that, of course, takes hundreds of hours to answer. It's also very simple. I'm rereading Musashi, and Musashi keeps saying that there are certain things that you cannot teach. You have to experience them for yourself. It's the same for hypertrophy. My body knows what hypertrophy training is. My brain also does, but it's harder to explain with my brain. But as for your question, yes, avoiding certain exercises that don't have a good justification to be in a hypertrophy program is part of it. And how do you know? Well, you can do it by experience, or you can do it using logic. Let's do it right now using logic. Let's take 2 movements that are often discussed as being good or bad for hypertrophy. Let's take the deadlift. The deadlift is a bad movement for hypertrophy. Why is it bad? There are a number of reasons for it. 1, there's no negative. A proper deadlift doesn't have a negative. That's the part for hypertrophy that matters the most. 2, the deadlift is a very taxing movement. Why? Because it allows you to lift a lot of weight. This means that the more reps you do, the more fatigue you accumulate, which also means that this is typically not the type of movement you want to do for high reps. You want to cap at 3 or 5, and it's going to also mean that whatever fatigue you deal with after the deadlift is going to damage your ability to perform afterwards. Case in point, even if you like the deadlift, if you do a heavy deadlift, you know that the rest of the session is going to be a drag because you're very tired. So instead of that, how about doing an RDL? An RDL has a better stimulus to fatigue ratio because you are getting a negative, you are using less weight, you are more in control of the weight, you're in control of the tempo, you get more stretch for the hamstrings, etc., etc. That is the quintessential example of a lift bad for hypertrophy, and then a variation of the lift that is good for hypertrophy. then you apply that to pretty much anything. And it can get quite complex with stuff like cables, like the Smith machine, but that is pretty much the gist of it. Gist, I don't know. I still don't know. Okay, I'm warm. Do I get naked? I get naked. Fuck it. I'm too warm. Oh my god. Oh boy. Oh ouais. Ah ouais, on est bien là. Oh, on est bien là. Ouf. Ah, c'est mieux comme ça quand même. Oh. Ouf. Il fait trop chaud. Let's go. Ah, ouais. Okay. Let's see. Objectively Subjective sent a question asking, or saying rather, Steve Reeves seemed to stay relatively lean throughout all of his journey and growth. Do you think this is possible? Maybe bulking 10 pounds per year with a shortcut every year or two, or do you think he's simply a freak of nature? I want to maintain the package I present to the world while also building my physique. Also, any advice on tanning for white guts, which I suppose you meant white guys, who don't want to use fake tan? Steve Reeves promoted something to do with resins, but I can't tell if it's one of those anecdotes from the past. Okay, that's a lot of good questions, my friend. So let's start with leanness for bodybuilding. I think that natural bodybuilding should always focus on presenting a good physique, while of course also attempting to put on mass. This means that you asking, for example, if 10 pounds per year is too little, already is for me a bit too much. Because think about it for 1 second. Let's say you are 200 pounds and you put 10 pounds on your body a year. That is 5% of your total body mass. And that's accounting for organ weight, for water weight, for the weights of your bones. That's a shit ton. There is no way in hell you're putting on muscle, especially if you're advanced. So I would say that 5 pounds per year for someone who's advanced on the bulk is already enough. And I think that this is actually the way natural bodybuilding was intended to be. If you look back, the silver era bodybuilders and the bronze era bodybuilders never got fat. They were not shredded by all means, but they were between 12 to 14, 15% body fat year round. That is, in my opinion, the perfect body fat to put on muscle and still look good and feel good about yourself. And as you say, to present a good package. Like, look at me now. Okay, I'm not shredded. I'm not shredded. I have a ton of fat on my body, but I look good. You know, I can go to the beach right now and get like, people are gonna be looking, you know, my veins are showing everything, and I'm at 17% body fat. So there's really no reason to starve yourself and be a skeleton all the time. You really, really need to get into your head and through your head that these crazy leanness standards are applicable for people who want to make a living on social media because they want to look good all the time. But it doesn't apply to you. It's just going to be damaging you. So yes, the silver era bodybuilders were absolutely right. They were right all along. And then when it comes to tanning, I also agree that fake tans are ridiculous. And that if you cannot tan naturally, well, you shouldn't fucking like cover yourself in oil. You should try and seek more sun to see if you can improve your skin tone because it's also going to help your health. So what I promote personally is take the fucking sun, but in measured amounts. You go out for 20 minutes for a hike and you get the sun. You go walk on your garden, you get the sun. Take off your shirt. Take off your shirt like at the park. Who cares? Even if you're small, who cares? Even if you're fat, who cares? Take the sun and accumulate that. And you don't even have to wait for summer. Let's say there's a window somewhere in your house. What I do personally in summer, I do what cats do. There's a window with sun that goes through. I just lay like this for like 20 minutes listening to music. That's enough sun for the day. You don't need to spend hours, but that greatly improves your skin tone, which makes you look better. So that's a very good question. Let's see what the chat has to think about it. I'm 200 pounds, 5'8", with visible abs and some vascularity, but want to lose fat on my waist without missing my strength. Should I recomp? Yes. But if you're 5'8" and 200 pounds with a full set of abs and some vascularity, you probably have a shit ton of muscle mass on yourself. So you'll see that the recomp is going to be very effective. How much volume do you do now per body part per week? It really depends. For chest, I do something like 6 sets per week. For triceps, 9 sets per week. Biceps, 9 sets per week. Upper back, 10 to 12. I'm very low on the spectrum because I like volume, but I'm a big believer in hard set and intensity. I am ginger, that just makes me turn pink. Yeah, if you're Scottish, Irish, British, or from Australia in general, be careful with the sun, right? Be careful with the sun, wear sunscreen if you want. My best advice is don't expose yourself for too long. Dismal Eclipse said, I submitted my program early, bro. What is your name on Coffee? Is it Dismal Eclipse? What's your take on hack deadlifts for quads and trap hypertrophy? I've never managed to make them work, so I'm not going to talk shit about it because there's a very high chance it's just me being stupid. 6 sets for chest a week, yes. Because if they are very intense sets, they work. But it's also because I'm someone who has a very developed chest as opposed to my shoulders, so there's an imbalance. I do 9 to 12 sets for shoulders and 6 sets for chest on purpose to get the shoulders to catch up. But the shoulders have catched up, like visibly. What's your take on people being scared of gluten? I mean, I don't think there's a point unless you get brain fog or you're intolerant, but I'm a big gluten fanboy. Ideal range of motion when training biceps. Should I get a full stretch or keep the arm bent? My left bicep is short, my right one is long. When doing biceps curls, I get a weird feeling in the short one. A lot of people will say that, yeah, this plays a role. And I always believe in listening to your body. So your body is telling you, hey, don't overextend that arm. Don't overextend that arm. But it's going to be weird. I think you're going to have a weird imbalance in your bicep. Gnostic Gnome. Yeah, I should have known. All right, let's see if we can get to you, my friend Gnome. Also, you said you got it in early. You're like the second to last person to submit a program review before it got cut off. So define ICUP. Yeah, it's, you know what? We might make an exception for today, and I might stream for 4 hours instead of 3 because I really, really want to be able to get to all of your questions because you paid, and I think it would not be right for me to not cover all of the people who send their programs. But please don't send more programs. I also want to be able to take my time and look at the chat and not just like hyper focus on the program reviews. Are you fine now, NH? Define fine. Look, I'm here. I'm doing okay. Okay, let's get to, wow, my hands are stinky. Alors, define ICUP, who sent me this program, and I'm going to... Wow, putain, c'est long la vache. He sent me the weights. Up. Oh my God, this is okay. Well, I'm very sorry, but I'm not going to put that program in the chat because it's 2,000 characters long. So I'm going to read it to you. Dun, dun, dun. So program review. First day is a torso day. He does barbell bench, 2 sets of 6 to 10, and cable row 2 sets of 8 to 12. So he's doing the 2 sets method that was popularized by Alex Leonidas, which should mean that I'm going to see the pendant of these exercises later on. And naturally, that follows very quickly. After that, he does incline bench, 2 sets of 6 to 10, and croc rows, 2 sets of 8 to 12. So it's a slight variation, barbell bench, incline bench, cable row, croc row, but they still train shoulders, chest, and upper back traps. Then cable shoulder press. This is a lift that I never managed to make work because it feels very awkward, but if you manage to make it work, good for you. 2 sets of 8 to 12, and then pull-ups, 2 sets of as many reps as possible. All right. To keep the chat involved, what is the problem with the program so far with what I've said? With what I've said so far? I love I wasn't paying attention, like it's a class, it's a classroom. Yes, Zachary pointed out, we already have 2 rows. We already have a cable row for 2 sets and a croc row for 2 sets, and now we're doing pull-ups. That's a lot of work for the upper back. And we're still doing okay, but the lats have already taken a lot of punishment. So this should be the end of the volume for the upper back. Unfortunately, it's not, because after that, define ICOP does cable flies, 2 sets of 8 to 12. So more for the chest. You've already done 2 exercises for the chest. Then standing pullovers, which is already not, in my opinion, again, a good movement for the lats. I don't like it. But after pull-ups, croc rows, cable rows, too much. The entire point of the 2-set methodology is to do as little sets as possible, to get as much intensity as possible, to get a lot of gains from as little volume as possible. Adding extra exercises upon extra exercises goes against that very philosophy. So I would remove that. The cable flies and the standing pullovers, remove them. This is the definition of junk volume. It doesn't mean that they do nothing. It means that the amount of time and energy you'll spend on them compared to what you'll get from them is limited. Then he does wrist curls, 3 sets of 10 to 20, good. And then neck curls, 3 sets of 10 to 20, good. Then cable wrist extension, 3 sets of 10 to 20, then cable neck extension. So lots of exercises packed together that train the same muscle. Looking at that day, I understand it's supposed to be a torso day, but you're already doing wrist curls, and that's not part of the torso. So why not throw in some biceps or tricep isolation? You might as well, like this is the point when you follow a skeleton of a program or a template. Do not be a slave to the template, because in this case, this is counterproductive. Then he has a bro day, which I suppose is going to be an arm day. I don't like it, because oftentimes you end up with exactly that. People who don't do isolation for the arms and just do a shit ton of compounds, and then on their arm day, they do too much isolation to make up for it, but now it's junk volume. Let's see if it is actually going to materialize. So 2 sets of 6 to 10 on easy bar curls. Then some push downs, 2 sets of 8 to 12. Then some cable raises, 2 sets of 8 to 12. So far, so good. Then some cable curls, 2 sets of 8 to 12. Standing bar extensions, 2 sets of 8 to 12. Cable upright row, 2 sets of 8 to 12. Okay, based on what I said previously, this is it. If you follow the 2 sets method, you have your total of 4 sets for each small muscle group with a super high intensity. You do not need more. After that, real dart flies, 2 sets of 10 to 15. Okay, that's for the real dart. It's different in my opinion, even though the upright row hits it somewhat. Incline easy extension, 2 sets of 8 to 12. That's, to me, that's junk volume for the triceps. Then sit-ups. Okay, abs, hallelujah, 2 sets. Then seated face pulls, too much for the shoulders. You've already done that with the real dart flies. Reverse curls, okay, that's for forearms, it's okay. Then leg raises, that completes the 2 sets of sit-ups. So here, abs are okay, biceps are okay, shoulders are somewhat okay, triceps, too much. That's part 1? That is part 1 of the bro day? No, I hope that the 1 and the 2 mean that it's a rotation. So 1 week he does 1, the other week he does 2. But if it's not, that is not just junk volume, it's suicide. Like, it's just being in the gym for the sake of being in the gym. But the rest, V-bar push downs, hammer curls, cable raises, like, it's the same problem that I've discussed previously. Way too much triceps. The rest is okay. Yeah, it must be that the 1 and the 2 are the variations. Okay, it's fine. We're fine. Legs, 1, SSB squat with heel elevated, 3 sets of 6 to 10. Okay, so no more 2 sets. wrist curls, 3 sets of 10 to 20, wrist extensions, 3 sets of 10 to 20. Okay, lots of extensions, lots of wrist curls. I don't know if you're going to be able to progress with that much volume and frequency, but okay. Then hip thrust, 3 sets of 10 to 15, neck curls, 3 sets of 15 to 20, and tibialis raises, 3 sets of 20. Okay. Then leg curls, 3 sets AMRAP, don't do that. So leg curl, weight it and track your progression. Calf raises, 3 sets AMRAP for 400 pounds. I would be very curious to see your form with 400 pounds calf raises as many reps as possible. The neck extension again, okay? So no more 2 sets. I would remove at least 1 iteration of necks and maybe fix your form on calf raises. And the second type is RDLs, 3 sets of 6 to 10, wrist curls again, wrist extensions again, power shrugs, okay, 3 sets of 10 to 15, neck curls, 3 sets of 15 to 20. You train neck a lot if you can handle it, okay. Reverse lunges, which following RDLs, I would not recommend. RDLs are already very taxing on the glutes, and reverse lunges target the glutes. Then tibialis raises, calf raises. See, calf raises, 3 sets of 10 to 15 for 200 pounds. So how did you go from 200 pounds of calf raises for 200 to 400 for AMRAPs? I hope it's a typo. And then leg extensions, 2 sets AMRAP, again, load your leg extensions, don't do AMRAPs. Adductors, 2 sets AMRAPs, load it. Adductors, 2 sets 10 to 15. Yeah, so there are a lot of issues with that program. The number one being that, and I'm not trying to be mean or be facetious here, I don't think you fully grasp or understand how the 2-set method is supposed to be used, because you do the exact opposite of what it's supposed to create, which is short, compact days with minimum amounts of volume and lots of intensity. So go back to the drawing board and change that. And then he tells me that I'm his favorite content creator, which not anymore because I shut on your program. My apologies for that. But you said that 3 years ago you were, I don't know if I should be reading that because that might be private. So I'm not going to be reading that, but you seem to have been making some positive changes in your life, and that I greatly salute. Okay, I need some time to recover from this program. So I'm going to eat some food and read some questions. By the way, I want to say that I'm greatly appreciative and surprised by the reception of these streams, because I know how hard it is to make it in the stream game, and that to be able to get like 300 viewers takes a few years of like grinding. So the fact that you guys are there and showing up and having a good time right off the bat means a lot. You still take people in, yes, but unfortunately I have run out today, so I have to reorder it. Should I do dumbbell provers on a leg day? Depends. Is your program synergistic? Synergistic, because if not, no. And if they're desynergistic, then yeah, why not? Can you oil up? No. This is already lewd enough. I don't even know if this is allowed on YouTube, to be honest. I maybe should have checked if it is allowed to be shirtless on YouTube. Bonjour, Pringle Factory. Any recommendations for the muscle recovery process besides stretches and warm-ups? Also, how do you warm up for different muscle groups? Thank you, sir. My recommendation on recovery is rest. Like, just rest. I recommend just like eating food and reading a book and laying and being lazy, because that's how you recover fastest. Sleep as much as you can, eat, and you're good. You don't have to do like active recovery. Would you make a video about why judokas are jacked like you did for wrestlers and swimmers? Yeah. Nolan's grandson, comment trouves-tu ta décision de YouTube vis-à-vis le contenu fitness et les ados? Ah yeah, I saw that apparently YouTube is going to stop recommending fitness videos to teenagers. And there are many reasons why this is hilarious. One, because most teenagers lie about their age when they create an account. So they say they're 18 plus, so it's not going to do shit. On top of that, the majority of views on videos are from people who don't have a Google account, so it's not going to work. So I don't know. I also don't depend on YouTube for my revenue, so I don't have to be concerned about that. But yeah, I'm curious to see how it's going to go. Because if there is one thing that unites fitness YouTubers, it's when their view count goes down. So you might see a bunch of videos of people saying, YouTube is ruining my life, blah, blah, blah. Lateral raises or overhead press first? I would always start with overhead press because it's a compound movement. I've been taking B-Point for 4 months and saw no benefits. Is that normal? It's local. Maybe you don't respond well to it. Sometimes it just doesn't work. Exil Wingo, what is your name on the coffee? Omar, do you take homemade meals with you to work? If so, what foods tend to keep well? Rice keeps well, chicken keeps well. Don't bring fish to the office, people are going to hate you. Salads keep somewhat well. I keep falling backward when doing pullover from the weight. How do I fix that? How much do you weight and how much do you pull over? That's weird. The real question, Kenyak or Chipotle? I don't know. I've never eaten at these quote-unquote restaurants. Would you recommend for someone who is very shoulder dominant on horizontal presses to skip vertical presses in the program? Yeah, I have a bro who trains at my gym who is a natural bodybuilder with an amazing physique, and he has like massive shoulders compared to his chest. And in his new program, he literally just skips vertical presses altogether. I said Exil Wingo who asked. Oh, well, you're the next one in line, Exile. And you shared a file with me. So I'm going to have to right-click on it first and inspect. Yeah. Leroy says that I also don't think to rely on YouTube recommendations. My content does not get recommended. So it makes literally no difference for me. What's your opinion on muscles lowers lifespan? The few studies available for that, in my opinion, are not conclusive at all because they fail to look at the bigger picture. They only look at the potential damage that muscle can do to the tendons short term, but there are so many more sources that prove that, for example, the amount of muscle mass on someone's legs who's been training for a long time and someone who's never been trained is literally like 5 to 1. And that means a lot when you age, because when you age, you start losing muscle mass. So if you had very little muscle mass to start with, you're fucked. You'll become one of these old people who can't even stand up. And that's just not something that I want. Okay. How much have your pull-ups progressed from 4 pounds? Well, I used to do pull-ups with 4 pounds. Now I do pull-ups with 85 pounds, 90 pounds. If you were granted 10 pounds of muscle, how would you like it to be distributed? I would want 2 pounds in my triceps, maybe 3 pounds in my tricep to make up for my imbalance, 2 pounds in my shoulders, 2 pounds in my lats, and then the rest in my calves. Or maybe just 10 pounds in my calves, and then I just flex on people. What are your weakest and strongest muscles? Depends what you mean by strongest. Are we talking strength? Or are we talking aesthetics and hypertrophy? If it's like aesthetics, my strongest muscles are biceps, shortly followed by abs. My weakest muscles are my triceps and shoulders. Still keeping shoulders relatively small to make arms look bigger. Yeah, I will always have that imbalance, but I'm also at a point where it just is going to improve my physique to get bigger shoulders because my arms keep growing. Ok, alors. Aïe, aïe, aïe. Aïe, aïe, aïe. Exil Wing O, could I ask a favor of you? Would it be possible for you to open your file and copy paste it and send it directly as a message? I'm a bit hesitant to open files when the live is on. I'm going to, thank you. I'm going to go right back to you afterwards. I'm going to, first and foremost, click on this to see if there are... Okay, well, that was perfect. Okay, so there are no more questions. Excellent. So that we can focus on this. Ah, never mind. Never mind. It's good. Why? No. No, it's okay. Okay, we're going to do this first. I'm stumped. Something weird just happened. Because like I have 2 different people who sent me like the same program, I guess. Okay. Okay, c'est bon. Exil Wing O sent me his program, so we're going to start with him. Up. You can send the programs on Coffee, but we are maxed out for the day. So please don't send any new programs. You will get a chance to send your programs next time we do such a question and answers, which will happen, no worries. Unless I die, in which case it will not happen. I will try not to die. Did I just send it over here? Yes. Hop. Oh, c'est la fatigue, hein. J'arrive. Attendez. Hop. Voilà. TikTok is filled with garbage advice. It's TikTok. This is like going to a landfill with a mountain of garbage and saying, what the fuck? This mountain of garbage is filled with nothing but garbage. Yeah? Okay. My dear Wing O, let's review your program. He opens by saying that he has shit arms, spider physique, and quite big legs. So what I'm expecting to see is very little lower body work and a shit ton of isolation. Upper body, he starts with hammer curls, 4 sets of 5 to 10. That is quite a low rep range for hammer curls. Hammer curls being one of the movements that people tend to bastardize the most because if you've ever hammer curled, like looking from the sides, if you bring your elbows back and do a weird shrugging motion, you can lift much more than you should be. So make sure that your form is clean, please, if your rep range is that low. Then tricep cross extensions, 4 sets of 5 to 10. Okay, you seem to enjoy low rep ranges, but it's not too extreme, so that's okay. Real dart machine, 4 sets of 6 to 12, beautiful. I believe that the real dart beneficiates from higher rep ranges. Hammer strength incline curls, 4 sets of 6 to 10. Okay, machine flies, 3 sets of 10 to 15, perfect. Gym 80 row wide, 4 sets of 5 to 10, okay, very specific. Cable lateral raises, 5 sets of 8 to 12. 5 sets of isolation for the shoulders, I would say, is okay. It's not overdone, especially since it's your first direct isolation for the side dart, although you did 4 sets of real dart. So keep an eye on that, maybe reduce to 4 sets, and then lat pull down 4 sets of 5 to 10. You love 5 to 10 for some reason. Okay. If you're not already supersetting some of that, I would, because it's going to save you a ton of time, and the majority of these movements are not that taxing. So you can absolutely superset them with no problems whatsoever. You say you have a spider physique, so I suppose it also means you have a very developed torso, which is why you're not putting a lot of emphasis on presses using compound movements. That's my assessment. On lower body, you hack squats, 4 sets of 5 to 10. Leg extensions, 4 sets of 5 to 10. Glute ham raises, 4 sets of 5 to 10. Reverse hyperextensions, 4 sets of 5 to 10. Adductors, 3 sets of 10 to 15. Standing calf raises, 4 sets of 5 to 10. Crunches, 4 sets of 6 to 10. That's a lot of volume for someone who has massive legs and who wants to catch up on the upper body, because you're still doing enough volume that your legs are going to keep growing. Do you want your legs to keep growing? The answer, there's no bad answer, but keep in mind that if it's your strong point and you're trying to catch up, at this rate, you never will catch up. You have to reduce the amount of volume you do for legs. Your lower two is RDLs, 4 sets of 5 to 10. 4 sets of heavy RDLs to failure is a lot and also horribly taxing. Leg curls, 4 sets of 5 to 10. Hip thrust, okay, you're doing too much. You don't need hip thrusts. You're already bottom heavy. Get that shit away from your program. Remove that. Belt squats, 4 sets of 10 to 15. Okay, because that's your first quad movement. Why not? Adductors, 3 sets of 10 to 15. Standing calf raises, 4 sets of 5 to 10. You can never do too much calves, I guess. And then leg raises. So that's for the abs. But you did abs also on the other lower day. Okay, so you do train your abs. That's good. And then you write upper 3, but you never sent me your upper 2. See, this is the attention to detail that sets me apart from the other schmucks on this platform. Preacher curl, 3 sets of 5 to 10. GM press, 3 sets of 5 to 10. Row, 3 sets of 5 to 10. Okay, so biceps, triceps, and then your first back movement. I am a bit confused by the order of your exercises, regardless of the fact that you superset them or not. Is there a justification for this, or do you just put them randomly? Then flat chest press, because even if you want to prioritize your isolation work, okay, sure, but why do some isolation movements end up at the end and not the other ones? And we're like, what's up with this? So you do chest press, 2 sets of 6 to 10, then dumbbell lateral raises, 5 sets of 8 to 12. So okay, this is logical. Compound movement that taxes the shoulders, and then shoulder isolation, but then you do shoulder press machine, 3 sets of 5 to 10. So your heavy compound movement for the shoulders at the end, that's illogical. There's something here that doesn't match, like there's an issue. And then you do your wrist curls and your neck curls. Okay, I think this is a problem. One, for someone who has a spider physique, you do way too much leg training. Two, your upper body focus is a little bit all over the place and you need to reorganize your exercises. That's what I would say. And you sent I did to the chat, but I wasn't looking at the chat. Are you referring to the fact that that you sent me the other upper day? I made it worse. What the fuck? Okay, well, that doesn't work anymore. Great. Attends, mais je suis pas zinzin, hein. Wingle, I swear that I do not see the upper two. I do not see it. So maybe I'm stupid. You resent it. Okay, now I see it. Incline curl, 3 sets of 5 to 10. Overhead extension, 3 sets of 5 to 10. Rear delt machine, 4 sets of 6 to 12. Pullover machine, 4 sets of 5 to 10. Incline Smith press, 4 sets of 5 to 10. Close grip rows, 4 sets of 5 to 10. Cable flies, and then machine actual raise. This is probably the best upper day you've sent so far. So look at it and apply it to the rest of the program, knowing also that I think you can easily remove 10% of the volume and still be okay, even for upper body. Lower body, 20%. That's my opinion. Thank you for sending your program in. Thank you for fighting against the spider physique. For anyone who's joining the stream right now, the stream is supposed to be ended. Like, it's supposed to be ended. I was supposed to do 3 hours, and because I cannot say no to you guys, we're going to do an extra hour. Alors, I would like to get to another program. Yeah, I can't. Okay, ça c'est bon. Okay. I think it is a possibility we're going to be able to take care of all of the programs that people send today. Very good. Very nice. Do I have to pay to send in a program? If you want it reviewed on stream, yes. But I keep reminding you guys, you do not have to pay. You can send it to me for free on Instagram, and I will review it there. That being said, naturally, you understand I receive hundreds of programs a week, and I have 40 hours that I have to spend working for a corporation that is destroying the planet. So I have to make sure that I do that too. Am I AI doomer pilled? I am, in the sense that I know that AI is bullshit. I would be glad if AI could actually go and do something cool, like take over the planet, but it won't because it's fucking stupid. Hop. Hop là. Yeah. Stuff like ChatGPT loses some of its luster when you're part of the teams that worked to create it, and you know what it took, and you know how easy it is to break it. Alors, on va review David's program, who just sent his program without even a hello, which I suppose you get to do if you paid $5. So, overhead press, 3 sets of 5 to 8. Good rep range, I like it. Pull-ups weighted, 3 sets of 5 to 8. These two movements could be supersetted if needed, even in the same rack, which means that you save a lot of space. Incline dumbbell press, 3 sets of 8 to 12. Superset with dumbbell pullovers, 3 sets of 8 to 12. Okay, excellent. A press and a pullover. He's done weighted pull-ups, pullovers. In my opinion, the lats at this point are like, time to go home. So I don't want to see more lat work. Then dumbbell curls, superset with skull crushers, 2 sets each time, plus leg raises. Okay, this is the poster boy of a good, quote-unquote, minimalist upper body workout. You have one vertical press, you have one horizontal pull, you have one hybrid horizontal press, you have one horizontal pull, you have 2 isolations, you have abs. That's it. In reality, that's the base of what you need. You will grow from this. That is a good program. Do you notice the difference between the programs that I tend to shit on and the ones that I don't? The ones that I shit on tend to have too much ornament, too much shit around. Do the bare minimum to get as much from it as possible. And when that no longer works, then you can add something, but not before that. Then lower one. Squats, 2 to 3 sets of 5 to 8. Perfect. Hammer curls, 3 sets of 9 to 12. Interesting rep range. Superset with sit-ups weighted, 3 sets of 8 to 12. Beautiful. You do your abs after you do your heavy squats. Single leg extensions, 3 sets of 9 to 12. Superset with sit-ups weighted, 3 sets of 8 to 12. Okay, he says not 3 more sets of sit-ups, but same superset, 3 sets total of sit-ups. Okay, so that's perfect because 6 sets of weighted sit-ups is too much, but 3 is perfect. Then forearms with easy bar, 3 sets of 10 to 20, superset forearms with easy bar. Okay, I have no idea what that means. If you superset forearms twice, it's bad. But that's otherwise a good day for low body. The only issue is that you don't train neck. I suppose you're not going to train neck at all. Again, it's logical, no one trains neck. But if you want to, you could train neck here. I also don't see calves, neck and calves. Upper 2, bench, 3 sets of 6 to 8. Good, because that's the first iteration of that movement. T-bar rows, 2 sets of 6 to 10. Good. Seated lat raises, which is great because the T-bar row, for the most part, is going to be more of a, I would say, an upper back movement. It's really hard to get just pure lats. 2 sets of 4 to 2 sets to 4 of 10 to 15 for lat raises. For lat raises. Am I dumb? Am I dumb? A lat raise? Am I stupid or is anyone else puzzled by it? A lat raise? A lat raise. I am dumb. Yes, my brain is cooked. It's lateral raise. My head was like lats. Okay, I'm stupid. Okay. Lateral raises, 4 sets of 10 to 15 superset leg raises. Okay. And then dumbbell curls, 2 sets of 6 to 10 superset squat quarters. Okay. So besides the fact that I just had a brain fart here, a pretty good day as well. And then the second lower day is RDLs, 2 sets of 6 to 10, perfect. Leg extensions, single this time, 3 sets of 9 to 12, perfect, plus sit-ups. Hammer curls. So, okay, this person this person hates French people because he keeps using abbreviations that fuck me up. Ham curls. Are you doing hammer curls or hamstring curls? How am I supposed to know? I suppose hamstring curls, it's on the lower body. So you do that, and then you superset with sit-ups again, and then the weird forearm thing that I don't understand. Maybe it's just me being dumb. Like, I'm going to put it in the chat, and you tell me if I'm stupid or if you manage to decipher these hieroglyphs. What the fuck is that? What is this? So you do it behind the back, then in front? And also, don't blame, I mean, yeah, you should make it easy for me to understand, but at the end of the day, you also have to like deal with the fact you're selling something to someone who's French. So it's not necessarily his fault. I suppose it's that. Well, regardless. He also says sometimes I slot in an arm day if I'm feeling frisky. Dream physique is Garou from One Punch Man. And you say it's inachievable. I actually don't agree. The only thing inachievable is the fact that you need to have a very good V-taper naturally to get that physique. But outside of that, it's like he's not, of course, before he becomes a monster. But before that, it's perfectly attainable. He's like very lean and aesthetic, but that's it. A good program. Honestly, outside of the things that I said, I wouldn't change much. It's bare bones and minimalistic, but if it works, it works. Okay, good. I'm gonna have to plug this in again. Oh, I'm starting to get a little bit tired. You know, I gained a lot of respect for all of these streamers that stream 8 hours a day, every day. Like, how do they do that? It's so taxing mentally. I have Jeff Nippett's torso but long legs. I wonder what that looks like. Dismal Eclipse. I know, but a lot of people send out programs. It's a trade-off. Do you want a good review or do you want me to just like run through it and just get done with it? In my opinion, you want something that is thorough. They make a lot of cash from streams, which is good motivation, I guess. Still, maybe it's also maybe because playing a video game while streaming yourself is much easier than having all of these interactions and having to read documents all the time. Why am I much better at reps on pose over at press than pose bench? Good, I have no idea. Are you only reviewing programs on coffee on the stream? Yes, just so that I can actually get access to them. What genre of music do you like? If you check my playlist on Spotify, you will get a pretty good sense of it. I like pretty much everything. Is Jeff Nippert annoying? I think a lot of people dislike him simply because he's short, which is not fair because he didn't choose to be short. Link to Spotify. Go on Spotify and type Nitro Hypertrophy. There's only one. Bonsoir de la France. Bonsoir, it's back. Any experience with the lat triceps feeling locked up, especially on pullovers or when doing a child's pose stretch? What is that? Like a blockage of sorts. Yeah, absolutely. It's something that you have to train. There's a reason why a lot of people, when they start doing pull-ups, they can't fully extend without their shoulder doing this because their lats are just not in it. So you have to train that quality. Why is Brad Pitt from Fight Club a sicked out physique? He like has the harshest down lighting and doesn't look better than the average teenager. Because what makes Brad Pitt attractive in Fight Club is his face. The body that is attached to the face becomes attractive by default. He's also very lean, he's auto mode, and to be honest, like a lot of women, that's what they like. It's not like muscle mass they like, it's a visible muscle, and the best way to have visible muscle is to be very light and very lean. Do you think ChatGPT can give good fitness advice? It can give better fitness advice than a lot of fitness YouTubers, but that's not an indict. That's not actually necessarily meaning that ChatGPT gives good advice. It just regurgitates whatever it can find online. Yeah, you should check the Spotify out. What do you do after maxing out dumbbell rack on rows? Depends how heavy your dumbbell rack goes. If your gym stopped at like 100 pounds, find a better gym. If it maxes out at like 150 to 100 and you've maxed that out, I would say slow down your tempo. Thank you, NH. I cut 20% of leg volume. I think you're going to literally find no difference whatsoever in your gains, and your legs are still going to be huge. That's something that I think is underrated, and natural bodybuilders need to hear it more. Maybe even PD users, I don't know. I talk to natural bodybuilders and natural lifters here. You really don't have to be shy about cutting down volume on body parts that are already dominant, because they're dominant. They're not going to shrink. They might actually keep growing. Like my chest, I do 6 sets a week. It's still growing. I'm still getting stronger with 6 sets a week because it's always been strong. Do you speak Japanese? No. To me, if you're going to learn Japanese, you have to have a desire to go live in Japan. And I have no desire to do that. Which is better, German volume training or HIT? I would say HIT, because HIT gives you room to improve and to add volume. German volume training, there's nothing to improve on. You have to regress. So it's not great. Up, Froome, who just asked if I can review his program. Froome, my friend, you sent me a bodybuilding.com link. Could you go on the link and copy paste your program and send it to me, please? I'll review your program, but please do that. Did you watch Jeff Nippard's stories or awesome video? And yes, and if yes, are you going to make a response? No, because I've come to realize that it's very easy to make your entire channel about response videos, and I don't want that. Like, I don't mind response videos, but I also want to create new things, not just like point out what someone said and say, well, that's stupid. How long will the stream be? Another 40 minutes. I have to cut at 6 p.m. You're already getting a lot of extra. Will you do more React content? Yeah, if something is worth reacting to. I think that the entire thing about obesity was actually very thought-inducing. So when I was watching it, I was like, damn, I have a lot of things to say about that. Why don't I just film myself? And H, will the dating stream be dating advice only or advice for interacting and talking to people in general? In general, it will be about relationships in general. And that is in 2 weeks. Next week is self-improvement. When will you do dating and socializing streams? Many of us are spurs. Next 2 weeks. Yeah, I know, Pedro. I know that Jobili likes to do that shit, but usually what they do is they just put ads on your videos. They take your ad revenue money, and I don't have ad revenue money, so there's nothing to take. For your novice program on the first day by tricep extension, do you mean push downs or overhead? Overhead. Okay, let's see if the person sent me the. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Vroom. You guys love you guys love your usernames in O's. Okay. Copy up. I'm going to put that in the chat. What did I just do? Okay. Up and last up. Here's the program for you in the chat. And because I didn't say it already, thank you for everyone who donated to have the program reviewed. At the end of the day, I'm literally just some random guy who gives his opinion. So the fact that you value my opinion enough that you're willing to pay to have it reviewed on stream, which allows other people to learn from it, means a lot. Okay, let's see. So Froome tells me I will be working out 2 consecutive days followed by a rest day and then 2 more days. So Monday upper, Tuesday lower, Wednesday rest. Okay, so it's 2 days off, 2 days off, etc. Okay, so let's see. On upper A, bench 3 by 5. Okay, it's not a horrible rep range. It's much better than 5 by 5. Less sandbagging. Incline bench 3 by 8, lat pull downs 3 by 8, bent over rows 3 by 8, and curls 3 by 10, plus reverse flies 3 by 12. Okay, that's very old school. Lots of static rep ranges. A big focus on compound movements because you do bench, incline bench, pull down, and bent over rows. We'll see if this is across the board and if you have to like chill a bit and add more isolation, or if this is just for upper A. Lower A, squats 3 by 5. Weighted back extension 3 by 8. I love that movement and people sleep on that movement. Leg press 3 by 10. Okay, more for the quads and the glutes. Leg curls 3 by 10. Okay. Squats, leg press, leg curls, you're doing a lot for the quads and not a lot for the posterior chain. Then ab work 3 by 15 and calf raises. So you do abs and calves. Good. Upper B, overhead press 3x5, flies 3x10, pull-ups 3x8, pendlay rows 3x8. So this is essentially a strength template where you slap some isolation at the end of the day. It's not necessarily bad. If that's your goal, why not? But I think you can just like go on Bootcamp and find any bodybuilding / hypertrophy programs, and they're going to give you a better idea of how you should balance one out, because this is very compound heavy, very compound heavy. And on top of that, you tend to do compound movements that are redundant, like bent over rows and pendlay rows. Pendlay rows are already not that great for hypertrophy. Then face pulls and tricep push downs and superset on superset. Okay. And you do all of your isolation at the end. The balance between isolation and compound is all over the place. Like, let's look at your pressing volume. You do bench, you do incline bench, you do overhead press, you do flies. Compare that to your bicep volume. 3 sets of curls on upper A. You know what's going to happen? In 2 years, you'll have small biceps, and you'll ask why. Well, this is why. I can already see your future. Your program is creating a future physique that is going to be imbalanced. And then lower B, front squats, run and deadlift. As always, when you look at a strength template, the lower body days tend to be much better than the upper body days. Your lower body days are okay. You still have a little bit of an hyper focus on quads, but that's okay. But you really need to revamp your upper bodies. Please. Wouldn't supersetting compounds with isolation be a good idea? It is the idea. It is usually what you want to do. It is possible to superset to compounds, but it's much more difficult because it's much more taxing. So yeah, that is my review of your program, FOOM. And then we have Mr. Gnostic Gnome, who wanted his program reviewed. And who sent it to me with fucking capital letters. That's gonna be fun. Oh là là. Alors. Hop, on va voir si j'arrive à copier ça. Hein. Ça va être un plaisir hein, de revoir ça. Hein. Oh là 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 là. Please help me preserve my mental health and send me things that are easy to read. Hop. Ah merde. J'ai fait la bêtise. Hop, hop. Please look at the way he wrote triceps extension. And this goes without saying, but if you send me your program, it also means that you're okay with getting roasted. Like, I will actively insult you if needed. Okay, let's see. Day 1, bench press, 1 to 3 sets. That's already a little bit weird. Why 1 to 3 sets? 4 to 8 repetition. Back off sets, 0 to 5 sets, 5 to 10. Okay. So on that given day, you can do from 1 to 8 sets of bench press. That is a wide range. I think it's a bit hard to control. Usually you want to stay within 3 to 6, something like this. 3 to 6 is already big. That's too big. That's what she said. Then dumbbell curl, 3 to 4 sets of 5 to 10 plus lying tricep extension. Okay, so that's good. Cable lateral raise, 3 to 5 sets of 8 to 12 and cable overhead tricep extension. Okay, you're taking 2 cable stations, which is a bit of a dick move, but okay. That's an okay day. I don't have much to say here because your prioritization. Attends, mon garçon, parce que là, I see that your primary focus is shoulders. Okay, if your primary focus is shoulders, why is there no vertical press on that day? I want to see a vertical press. I think that should be obvious. Then day 2, what is traps, shoulders, forearms, triceps? Okay. And there's no forearms on that day. Forearm volume is free. So you should do some forearms here. Like you should do dumbbell curls. Biceps are your secondary focus. Maybe do hammer curls. So day 2 is a low day, I suppose. Deadlift 3x3, good. This is the upward range of what I would consider acceptable for bodybuilding volume. Power barbell shrug, 3 or 4 sets of 6 to 10. Okay, that's good. Pull-ups, 3 sets of 6 to 10 plus TTB leg raises. Okay, so abs. Then dumbbell row after deadlift, power shrugs, and pull-ups. Maybe a little bit too much. And then cable lateral raises. You did cable lateral raises on day 1. Why are you doing cable lateral raises twice? I hope that's a typo. Day 3 military press. Okay, so here's your vertical press, then close grip bench press, then pinwheel curl for your forearm, then lying tricep extension, then cable lateral raises again, and then tricep extension again. So do variations. You're doing the same movement too many times. And then day 4 deadlift 3x3. You're doing deadlifts 2 times a week. Do something else. Do another hip hinge. Then power barbell shrug. Okay, so more barbell shrugs. Then pull-ups again. Change the grip of pull-ups. I think there's a typo here because you're like repeating a day that you sent out earlier. Okay. And then day 5 high bar squat, military press, and Roman deadlift, which is a full body day. So I'm not sure what template you're focusing on, or if you're just like doing whatever. There's a lot of issues with the program, like the weird back offset philosophy, the repetition of lateral raises all the time, deadlifts twice a week. Like, if I were you, I would go back to the drawing board and just take this. I'm going to like copy paste it for you. Up. That's how I program personally. You take this and you just look at it and you make a program around that, because you didn't even follow your own primary focuses. So your prioritization is not even in line with what you sent me. So yeah, do that. It's not a bad program. It's just it has nothing to do with what you say you want to accomplish. So that is that. Okay. Who else do we have? We have a question by Sean Brewer. GBS just released a video on his year 1-2 training and gains. He went from 68 kilos to 90 kilos in his first 2 years. Damn. I've gone from 69 kilos to an 83 kilogram peak over my first 4 years. Am I not being aggressive enough for bulks? Are you sure about that? Are you sure it was in his first 2 years and not in his first 2 years of serious training? Also, outside of that, you shouldn't be comparing your rate of progression to someone else's. What I see is that you went from 69 kilograms to 83 kilograms, which is a gain of 14 kilograms over 4 years. That's good, especially if you look good and if you're lean. I think you're perfectly fine. I think you don't have to be more aggressive. I think you're on the verge of this very dangerous precipice of overbulking because you're trying to speed up gains, but the only gain you're going to speed up is your fat gain. So don't worry about that. Don't retroactively judge your progression poorly because someone else has achieved it faster. Statistically, do you think at least one noble natty is a fake natty? It's impossible to know. I could be on steroids. Like I could be on steroids and have somehow like this physique from it. Because look at the amount of schmucks who are on social media on a shit ton of drugs and they look worse than me by a mile. But I also judge on people's characters. And I don't see a single noble natty whose character indicates that they would be lying in that fashion. Alors. Lovely cup of tea. I'm not going to review your program because you sent it after the thing. And I told you not to do that. So you'll send it again. ACAD I already reviewed. This I reviewed. Okay, and Luke, you sent it at 5 p.m., but you sent the original message at 2, so it was before I closed it. So we're going to review Luke's program. Up, and I'm going to copy paste it in the chat. Up, up. Up, up, up. My PFS one. Les Piafas. Hop. Ouh. Voilà. That is for Luke, Luke's program. Oh, oh boy. Front pose to stretch the traps. Alors, you said deadlifting 2 times a week like it's bad. I'm curious from the perspective of doing MMA and gym together. How should I implement a hip hinge of sorts for takedowns and such? If you're training MMA and you deadlift 2 times a week, you're just like, it's just siphoning a lot of your energy for like very little payback. I would recommend in your position doing one leg RDLs, even maybe a Zercho deadlift, even maybe a Jefferson curl with less weight would give you much better carryover to MMA than a fucking deadlift. Is deadlifting bad for mild scoliosis? No. But again, I'm not a doctor. I have scoliosis, I deadlift, I lift heavy, I have no issues. Alors, Luke's program. And he says, A&H, thank you for all the great videos you make. You really helped me when I was at a low point in my life. That's what I like to hear. I've been training for about a year and like it very much so far. No, I've been training for 3 months and like it. So you are a super noob. And general opinion on the program. And everything is in the 6 to 12 rep range. Okay, so without even looking at the program, you've been in the gym for 3 months. I'm expecting to see very little volume. I'm expecting to see a low frequency, and I'm expecting to see some isolation. So Monday, Thursday, Saturday are upper body, and Tuesday, Friday are legs. So you already train 5 times a week. In my opinion, that's overkill for a novice. You don't need to train that often, but if you like it, why not? Upper one, seated row, 4 sets. You don't give me the rep ranges, which is it's complicated to review. Oh, no, okay. Everything is 6 to 12, you said. Okay. So 4 sets of rows. 4 sets of incline dumbbell press. 4 sets of seated row, narrow, and seated. So you do seated row, narrow, and wide, 8 sets total. That's already too much. You're a novice. Why are you doing this? What PD influencer told novices that they needed to do like grip variations on rows to get all of the gains? That's nonsensical. Do your rows with a wide grip and that's it. Then pull downs 4 sets. Okay, well, why not? But don't do 2 rows and pull downs. Then tricep pull downs. So triceps push downs, I suppose. 4 sets. Then incline biceps curls and dumbbell lateral raises superset 4 sets. That's a lot of volume for someone who's just getting started. Then lower one, squats, 4 sets. Calves, 4 sets. RDL, 4 sets. Let's be clear. If you go to failure after 4 sets of heavy squats and RDLs, you should be cooked as a novice. Then adductor machine, leg curl, and ab machine. Okay, so you're not doing anything seriously heavy afterwards. That's a good day. You could cut down to 3 sets, to be honest. Maybe even 2. Upper 2, flat bench times 4. Okay? Pull-ups and dip supersets times 4. So that's already 4 sets of horizontal presses. Seated row wide times 4. Okay, why not? You're a novice. You don't need variation yet. Machine lat raises times 4. So 8 sets for lats, 8 sets for chest. Actually, more than that because you did pull-ups. So that's 12 sets for lats on one day. You don't need that. Take away 4 sets. Then tricep extensions and machine supersets, 4 sets. So your isolation is here. You don't overdo it on isolation. Unsurprisingly, you overdo it on compound movements. Compound movements are super effective. That's sort of the point. That way you don't have to do that many of them to get the results you need. Lower day deadlift times 4. That's a lot of deadlifting. No. You're doing 4 sets of 6 to 12 on deadlift. That's just, it's not just too much. It would be too much even if it wasn't too much. That's too much. Cut down. Calves times 4. Leg press and wrist curls, okay, so that's okay. 4 sets of leg press, okay. Then leg curl. Do something about those deadlifts, man. And then shoulder arm day, shoulder press times 4, machine biceps and triceps times 4, cable lateral raises times 4, real dart machine times 4. So you're doing shoulder press, lat raise, dart machine. Look, focus on your horizontal on your vertical presses. Do a few sets of isolation for shoulders. You don't need to do that much. And then hammer curls and tricep extension. Okay. For your biceps and triceps, I don't see anything wrong. For your forearms, I don't see anything wrong. You train your abs enough. I don't see anything wrong with that. You do abs twice a week. That's great. Chill the fuck up and lower your volume on compound. You're going to burn yourself down. You already trained 5 times a week. You do not need that much volume. You really don't. Someone says, I want to donate, but I don't have PayPal. I don't think you PayPal. As long as you have a credit card, you can just like pay with a credit card. NH, je suis étudiant en prépa scientifique et j'ai souvent besoin de faire le choix entre le sommeil et mes séances d'entraînement. Ce genre de cas, tu ferais quoi? So a guy who is in prépa, who is a very difficult study, a very difficult path to take if you want to study like higher education in France. And he has to, I'll use my mom's credit card, please don't do that. If you have to use your mom's credit card, this already means that you are in a situation where you're not making your own money. I am not dying in the streets. I'm doing very well. It's very great that people support me on Coffee. That way I can actually spend time to make videos for you and make streams for you. But don't put yourself in situations where you're going to like have to take money out of places that are going to put you in dangerous situations or stuff like that. Don't do that. I'm okay. What the fuck? Sorry. Yeah, so someone said, okay, very difficult studies, and I have to choose between sleep and training. How do I do that? I would recommend doing the bare minimum, because like 20 minutes of training is not going to like kill your ability to sleep. So do what you can. And I know that prepa is hard, but like I also know for a fact that in prepa you are encouraged to be physically active. There are even some prepa that force you to spend at least 1 to 2 hours a week on physical activities. So I don't know if yours does that, but make use of that time. Okay, and Oscar Prism, you sent your program at 5:30, so I'm not going to review it today. So we have 2 people who sent our programs after it was quote-unquote closed. So I'm going to keep you in mind. You are still going to have your program reviewed. Please take a note somewhere of it. And next month, when we do the program review again, you'll just shoot me a message and I'll review the program immediately. Mohammed Hab sends me, hey, Abibi, my walking weight for sit over press is 60 kilograms and my walking weight for bench is 75 kilograms. Is there something wrong? I do Kemba bar bench, by the way. I mean, you're very strong on sit overhead press compared to your bench press, but it might just be that you're naturally more inclined towards vertical presses. I don't think there is anything wrong. Now, if it creates an imbalance in your physique that you dislike or your shoulders overpower your chest, maybe your chest. Yeah, if your shoulders overpower your chest, maybe you need to work on your opening theory. But in your case, I would say you don't have to worry. Keep just progressing. At the end of the day, having imbalances in physique is not necessarily even a bad thing. But that is that. That concludes all of the programs for the day. So we're done with program review. It only took 40 minutes on top of the original time. I suppose that next time there will be less people donating. So there's going to be less program reviews, and I'm going to be able to spend more time reading the chat. But for the following streams, the self-improvement and the dating, it's going to be a lot of interaction between the chat and myself, because I will only take questions as donations and there will be no program reviews. Thoughts on chasing strength for aesthetics? If you chase strength, you're going to get strength. If you allow for your looks to be a byproduct, they're going to be a byproduct. And H, I know you don't want to share your screen, but next time when sharing your browser be fine, it will improve the stream greatly and you won't have to pass through point chat. I will figure it out. I will try to figure it out. We have a month. Toasted pineapple. This stream in general is like a beta test because even the mic doesn't work, so the quality of the audio I know is garbage. I apologize for that. I really tried to have everything set up, but YouTube decided that it didn't work. So next time I'll do things properly. Would be fun if you talk to a few subs on stream in like a Zoom call or something. Yeah, the issue is that I'm not in control. I'm not in control of what you say. So if you say something crazy, then it's going to be on me because I'm going to be responsible. Why next month? You said every week. There is a stream every single week, but the stream theme rotates. So we have technically 4 types of streams. We have hypertrophy fitness streams. We have self-improvement streams, dating streams, and philosophy. And next 2 weeks is going to be self-improvement and dating. So there's going to be a total of 12 opportunities for you to send your program for review in the year. If you use OBS, I might have to do that. It would be fun if you straighten your hair. Do you imagine how bad it would look? Any idea how to stop getting fatigued before reaching muscular failure in a set, especially in a superset? That is work capacity. You have to up your work capacity. You also have to, of course, make sure that you eat before you train. I would just cut the dating focus stream. Just focus on philosophy and hypertrophy. I personally believe that there are a lot of people who want the dating streams. And I personally also want to be able to give advice to men just to counteract the ocean of liquid shit that young men are exposed to when it comes to that. Because think about it for 1 second. If the only people who talk about dating and women and romance and relationships are the manosphere red pill idiots, well, then there is no one to counteract that. And worse than that, everyone who starts making streams about dating end up put in the same fucking basket. So now men only get one side of the spectrum, and that's no bueno. Hair routine, I wash my hair, that's it. What do you think is the best overall program that you have made? I would recommend my ultimate hypertrophy programs. I think they're the best. And then you got any tips for lesbian dating? That is going to be in 2 weeks. So write down your questions in 2 weeks. Yeah. Yeah. Notice how all of these dudes who give dating advice are not married or don't have long-term relationships. There's a reason for that. This is the equivalent of taking dating advice from, like, fishing advice from someone who has never fished in their life. Salut NH, t'ai envoyé un DM Insta. J'ai pas mon genou, le doc m'en ferait peu. Ah, I remember your message. You're the guy whose profile picture is a cat with a beard. Yeah, the doctors don't listen because they don't know shit. You are in a situation where you're going to have to find a way around that by yourself. I recommend not doing squats. I recommend doing split squats. Oh, yeah. Oh. And H, what do you think a Pills of Wisdom video on Jason Genova would entail? I think it would be a troll video. Any tips for stage fright and nerves in bed? Not today, my friend. In 2 weeks. Today is hypertrophy. Thoughts on using stimulants as pre-workout? I am anti-stimulants. I am anti-pre-workout. I think they build an unhealthy relationship to training because you end up needing to be like jazzed out of your mind to perform, and that's not good. NH, what do you put hack deadlifts on the squat to hinge continuum? Very interesting question. I would need to actually think about it. Of course, if you have ADHD, it's different. Because your brain chemistry is unbalanced. If you don't have much time, would you prioritize Bulgarian split squat or hip thrust? Bulgarian split squat. Hip thrusts by default are a bit too low because you need so much weight to get a workout out of it. And Bulgarian split squats are the exact opposite. And they even work better. Wow, I have such a headache creeping up. I need to drink more water. Wow. Désolé, yeah. But it's super, like, if you're in France, it's super late for you. Like, this is the reason why I do the streams at this time, is because 2 p.m. in the US is 8 p.m. for you. If you show up at the end of the stream, it means that you show up at 11 p.m. Maybe you woke late. Do you still think preacher hammer curls are the shit? Yes, more than ever. More than ever. I'm starting to do them where I'm not actually sitting on the bench and I'm standing up next to it like this on the side, and it's crazy the stretch you can get. I did them just last Tuesday, and the pronator soreness I got from it was intense. And they're super healthy and safe on the tendon too. It's like, that's the best. Salut, Chain. Have a good dinner. Yeah, it should be dinner time for all of you guys. What about pronation curls? Pronation curls are more in between, because when you do pronation curl, you supinate your hand at the bottom, so the bicep is stretched, you get more biceps. It's 1 a.m. at Moscow. Yeah, unfortunately. All right, we have 5 more minutes before the stream ends, but if you arrived late, 5 more minutes. But if you arrive late, it's going to be up on the channel. And I'm posting a video, I think Tuesday or Wednesday. And next time, hopefully, the audio is going to be much better. I apologize for the quality of the audio. I know it's really bad. LONH, I noticed shifting in my bench press. What do you think could be the cause and fix? It's because you have uneven shoulders, most likely. And the fix is to stop doing touch and go. Do pause. Preview of Tuesday, Wednesday video topic. It should be a video about bodybuilding. So something like about programming and muscle gain. Can you update on your YouTube community page when you stream? Yeah. Would you guys want that? Do you want every Friday to be reminded that there's a stream on Saturday? I was thinking of just posting once a month with the schedule, but if you need to be reminded that there's a stream, I can. NH, I hammer my forearms 4 times a week and they don't grow. I'm doing pull-ups, hammer curls, reverse curls with knee assistance and grip training, but they don't grow. Is your performance going up? Are you getting stronger? T'as un programme pour un chat, on a castré le nôtre et il est devenu vachement gros. Yes, unfortunately, when you remove your cat's balls, or when you, I think it's neuter your cat, they tend to gain weight. So you have to adapt their diet. Make sure that they get a high protein diet. Stay away from a kibble that is high in carbs. Unfortunately, a lot of garbage pet food is high in carbs because it's cheap to produce, but it makes your cat fat. Comment ça va, frérot? T'as des conseils pour avoir une pilosité comme la tienne? Bah, c'est génétique. If you want to get hairy, you have to hope that your ancestors were hairy, I guess. Or you can use minoxidil. The fuck? Yeah. Sorry, I'm not like I cannot add payment methods on coffee. It's either PayPal or a credit card, and you cannot message without subscription. A lot of people have said that. I know it's not true because there are people who have donated one time and they're able to message. I don't know if like the way you donate impacts it or not. Why don't you shave for a more aesthetic physique? Well, shaving makes you look leaner, but it also makes you look like a roasted chicken, and I don't like that. I personally like the hairy chest look. Oh. MH, how should I do leg curls with only free weights? I've tried with a dumbbell. I do not recommend it because the strength curve is all over the place. They can only make one message and you need to pay every time. Yeah, that's the point. That is the point. Yeah, if you donate to have one of your message read, you're going to be able to post one message to have it read. That's it. Like even the people who have a membership, it's not like they can just spam messages in the message board and have me answer all of them. How to fall asleep before midnight? Go to bed before midnight. Tu recommandes minoxidil pour un homme if you don't have a beard? Alex Leonales has a good video on minoxidil you can go check out. I personally don't take it because I don't need it. And Edge, what do you think about Zotman curls? So Zotman curls, if I'm not mistaken, is when you do this. I personally don't like that. I think that pronation curls are vastly superior. Do you think Mike Menzer method had some good in it? The good in it is that he focused on intensity, which is important, but he went too far with it. And now you have a bunch of little idiots who like swore by his method, even though they don't even train using that method. Do you think finasteride is safe? I cannot speak for that. I don't know. Never taken it. What is the best stance for dumbbell pullovers? Tripod, one leg on bench, dumbbell pullovers. How would you have one leg on bench for dumbbell pullovers? You meant dumbbell rows. You meant dumbbell rows. In which case, I say personally tripod. Alex Leonidas, my bad. I'm going to write in the chat. I keep forgetting that some of you guys might not know who everyone that I know is. Alex Leonidas, like this. Oh, that camera is stupid as fuck. And H, what is your opinion on influencers that leverage insane lighting and also distort their photos in thumbnails with parameters editing tricks? I noticed some nobody is doing this. I remember a time when you photoshopped your picture, you got called out. And now it's the norm. Now you have like big YouTubers with millions of subscribers who Photoshop their fucking thumbnails. And I'm like, okay, I guess that's what we're doing now. I guess it's appropriate because everyone is doing it. I don't like that. I'm even of the opinion that like taking pictures of yourself in good lighting is very disingenuous because they know they don't look like this. Actually, I have a very fun story, and that's going to be the story that ends the stream. It's happened in the gym recently where I was. There were two guys who were doing a photo shoot with like a professional photographer, and like and they monopolized an entire area of the free weight, which was really annoying. So I would have to wait in between their photos. They were doing lateral raises with like 10 pounds to grab my dumbbells. And at some point, I was like stepping out to get dumbbells and I was walking behind them and I looked at the mirror and it was comical how small the guys were. Like behind them, I looked like their dad. And I looked at it and I was like, do you see this? Like, are you seeing this? Aren't you like, is there a little bit of shame in you that you're realizing that you're lying to people? Because like you're taking pictures with no one else in the frame, with good lighting, or the cameraman is like this close to you in the middle of a lift. Of course, you're going to look insane. But these guys were like 160 pounds. So it's just apparently some people don't have the same moral compass that I have. It's fine. As for some nobodies doing this, they do what they want. And H, tu penses que FKN est passé du côté obscur avec son clip? I have no idea what FKN is doing. La la la. Any advice on supersets in a commercial gym? Walking from one side of the gym to the other isn't really possible because people would get pissed or take over equipment. I do it. Usually what I try to do is I try to superset things that are close to one another. And if they're far away, I accept the fact that I might show up and the stuff is taken. It's a gamble that you have to take. And that's that. We're going to stop here. It has been 4 hours of stream. I say that knowing that I'm not going to stick to my words. Next stream is going to be only 3 hours. I should cut before 4 hours because that's a little bit too much. I have to go train now. But it was a great stream. Thank you very much for being there. Thank you for your questions. I hope that I helped because that's the entire point of the stream. Thank you for anyone who donated. If you want to support the channel and support the stream, again, you can click on Coffee and become a member. That would be great. And if you're already a member, thank you for your support. And I'm going to see you this week because there's at least one video dropping this week. And then there is going to be another stream because every single Saturday at 2 p.m. EST sharp, you're going to see this face. And next stream is going to be self-improvement. If you are just catching it, the stream is going to be available for free on the channel. I am going to bid you goodbye. Mouah. À bientôt les petits chéris et bonne semaine. Good week, everyone.